Which side do, oh.
Should I just go for it?
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to get started, so if you could please have a seat. Okay, let's get going.
Okay, you want me to go for it?
Yep.
Okay. Banda Hunzu, Suato, Banda Hunzu, Kelani Rosa Hutney, Alu Nani Bell Brown Anto, Atsiencho Captain Owen Forrester Brown Inlay, Atsijacho Gani Seymour Inlay, Cletli et Hotda Huni Inka Esnesi, Daneneza, Ekuza, Skaitza, Iane. Good morning, my name is Kelani Elizabeth Rose. I am the daughter of Nani Bell. I am the great-granddaughter of Captain Owen Forrester Brown, and I'm the great-great-granddaughter of Granny Seymour. Clately is where I was born and raised, and today we welcome everyone home, men, women, children of chiefs, and honored guests. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. My name is Barry Seymour. My mom is Veronica Seymour. My father was Frank Zaraki. My biological father was Robert Supernaut. It's an honor to be here today to MC the meeting. I welcome everybody home. Just a bit of housekeeping. Okay. We'll have Veronica Seymour do the opening prayer, so if everybody could please stand.
Good morning, everybody. I am Veronica Seymour. I'm going to say a prayer for everybody that are here. I'm going to say, Hail Mary. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. And blessed is the woman of the tree. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. The one be over today, and I welcome everybody here today. Amen.
Thank you. And Kalani's going to have a prayer also.
Just want to keep you on your toes. Get those squats in. This is a new composition that I was working on with Uncle Charlie. And the first time that I got to come home to the AGM and share Duck Health with everyone, it felt really powerful to just hear how it resonated. So I wanted to give this offering to everybody today, and it's really just in honor of the rivers. So I'll share with you the translation first, so then you can think about what that means to you when I speak the Dakel for us. My voice with love I give to you, for you the two rivers. Let us be together in a good way, so that we may learn your wisdom and honor your wisdom. With this voice, we honor you. My voice with love I give to you. So really just calling in that energy of confluence, of convergence, of our rivers that have brought all of us to life and have sustained us here and bring us home all together from so many different places. I've been already excited to hear people coming from all these different corners of the world to just make it home to be together today. So it's really, really amazing to see everyone. Ndi skanik ke be nocha desai, noch ni kleitli ba, lial chole su kana, an kana hotsadetile, skani be ngadasni, ndi skanik ke be nocha desai.
Thank you, Kalani. Some housekeeping matters. The bathrooms are that way. My lips are not long enough, so I have to use my arms. The other thing is that when we're having our health breaks and that, the staff have set up booths all along the sides, so take your time and have a look at the booths. We would like to...
Couple more housekeeping, actually.
Oh.
Just a few more housekeepings. Well, not really housekeepings. Gratitudes. Throughout the day, we have our wonderful interpreters, Tara and Jillian, with us. So for all of the deaf and hard of hearing, thank you for being with us. And we wanted to give a shout out and some love to everybody who's watching on the stream right now, who couldn't make it home, that wanted to make it home. So you're with us. Thanks for tuning in.
We would like to do a moment of silence for our members that have gone to the spirit world, and we'll list out over the last year who that is.
Dan Dwyer,
Monty Carpenter,
Carla Kwa,
Janice Carpenter,
Ella Hay,
Shauna Smith,
Lee O'Donnell,
Josie Paul,
Edith Frederick,
Obi O'Donnell,
Darcy Zatorsky,
Stephen Jail,
Jeanette Kozak,
Carl Salmonson. So if we could give a minute of silence, please.
And to open up our day with some good music, medicine, we're going to call the Kastan drummers to lead us into some song. I'm going to go grab my drum.
Okay.
Good?
Sure.
Great.
song singing is not.
Okay, so maybe the introduction I'll interpret, and then I'll step off for a little bit, and I'll come back and forth if that's not distracting.
Okay, sounds good.
And then there's more space.
Oh, we got one more day. Greeting the day, and then we'll do Okay. Hari Subanda, good morning everyone. Khastan at One at Sinto, we're the Khastan drummers. Khastan means fireweed. Alt One means drummers, or beating the drum. Atsinto means we are. And we originated around 2012, 2013, when some of our amazing elders brought back the drum and shared it with us. So we've been drumming since then, mostly Clately members, but we've also welcomed in some of our neighboring communities and family members of members. And we would love to encourage anyone who has a drum to bring their drum tomorrow to join us, because we want to drum as one community. And I know all of those wonderful grads from earlier this year each got gifted a drum, so I think that there's that opportunity to wake up those drums and drum together. Our group has been drumming and doing ceremony through drum for the last about 10 or so years, and we like to do practices on Wednesdays at Clately Tene Memorial Park from 5:30 to 7. So if the weather's favorable, we'll be out behind the band shell, or if it's raining, we will drum inside the band shell. And then in the winter, we sometimes drum at the Amanika Arts Center. So yeah, everyone's welcome to join us for our practices. We encourage that. You get to learn a lot of the language through the drum, the culture and the history as well. And I hope you enjoy your morning as you wake up to the songs that we're going to sing. We're going to do 2 songs. The first song is called Greeting the Day. This came to us during the Canada Winter Games. An elder from Haida Gwaii brought this song to us. He was walking through the forest, and he moved a branch and uncovered a grave site. So this song came to him, and he kind of attributed it to his great relative, Dr. G'day, who was a medicine man who healed people all the way from the Alaska Point down to the California coast. He shared this song with us at a time when we were worried about the songs we could sing, the protocols, and gave us this song to share with everybody. He expressed that it can be sung in any way, so there's no wrong way to sing it. So if this song sticks with you, or if you want to learn it, you can join us at any point. You can take it with you. Feel free to record it if you like. And it's, again, one of those things that's important to remember the protocols of where the song came from, the story behind it, and the permissions that go with that song, and when they can be sung. So the song can also be sung at any time. Yeah, enjoy. Greeting the Day from Salinglay, Haida Gwaii. Thank you. Hi-yo, ho-ah-hee-eh, hala. Hey, hey, ay-ah. Halloway, hey, Let's see. Our second and final song for this morning will be Ada Dene. Ada Dene means our ancestors, the people of long ago, and this song was brought to us through the Louis Singers, and actually in this exact building, this song was gifted in potlatch and bathlats. And so the song talks about what the people of long ago, our ancestors, gave us. And in the song, it talks about the language, the culture, the bathlat system, and that we want to verify that our children will carry this on into the future. And when I sing this, or when we sing this, we like to raise our drums to honor the Ada Dene. Masi. Oh, feel free to like drum or clap or dance. Don't be shy. You're going to be sitting for a while, so you might want to move around a little. All right. One more time for Larry, who danced. Woo! I would say.
Thanks, Jen. Let's have another hand for the Castan drummers. One more item for housekeeping. There's child minding upstairs in room 207. So if you want to register your children, we have qualified people to look after kids. In all seriousness, it's an honor to welcome our next speaker. We'd like to welcome up to the podium Chief Darlene Logan. Come on up, Darlene.
Hadi. I just want to welcome everybody home to this. It's our annual general meeting, but it's more like a huge family reunion. I've heard there's some people that haven't seen each other in like 6 years, so welcome. I'm glad everybody could see everybody face to face. And for those at home, I hope to see you next year. So today is our band meeting, which is going to be, I don't know where to start. It's all positive. Everything that's going to be presented today is a positive, and the nation's moving forward. And it's so exciting for me. We have new council. They've been in council for 5 months, but wow. They are amazing. We're moving forward. We all have the same vision, and our number one vision is to move our nation forward and to work with our members and housing. And we're thinking with this team, usually I say thinking 50 years down the road, but with this team, I think we're planning more like 100 years down the road for our community. So I'd like to do a huge round of applause for our council. They're doing an amazing job. I have to put on my glasses now. Again, thank you all for joining us, and we do have a very busy day, busy schedule today. I want to remind everyone that the information shared is based on work that has been done and continues to be done on behalf of our membership. I'd like to thank our administration team and our AGM hosts, our AGM planners. I don't know if they're here, I can't see them all, but they're all busy running around, but they're the ones that put months of work into having this day. And I'd like to thank Barry and Kalani. They were kind of like voluntold, which they graciously accepted to be our MCs for today. And so we have been extremely busy. It's been a busy, impactful year, but I want to start by highlighting what yesterday's news, the announcement of our share of the purchase of the First Nations Bank of Canada. We have come so far. It gives me chills, like chills, to know Claytley Tenay is part owner of a bank. Like it's there's going to be so many opportunities, not only for administration part, but for membership. They have a booth out there. You can go talk to them. It's like meeting them, talking with them yesterday. They were talking about how First Nations people come in, starting their businesses and stuff, and it's not all about getting a loan. They will help you navigate grants. And he says they know a lot about grants, which is an amazing thing to be able to phone somebody and say, I need a grant, I'm starting this business. What should I do? Should I get a loan, or can I find a grant? And the best way to do is to find the grant first before you get the loan. So that's an amazing part. And for First Nations, as being owners of the bank, we will be, it's exciting to know that Claytley Tenay will be helping other First Nations to get to where Claytley Tenay is today. And there's so much more positive things today. So Tawfiq, I won't spill the beans on everything, but Tawfiq Islam, our executive director, will highlight a few for everyone, a little bit more about the investments the nation has made and performed to date. He will also talk about housing, because this is a #1 priority we've heard from council. Got some exciting news on that. Coupled with, he will also be speaking about our wastewater treatment facility that I think is almost complete, the ancient forest, the interpretive center that's going on out there, and also we will have our lawyers, Mike and David, up here later to talk about specific claims. And it's a very exciting news. That's all I'm going to say. I won't spill too much beans, but I will say it's exciting news. So we'll go easy on them. First, they'll give us a little bit of a history of their background and a history of the specific claims. And also, we will be introducing our CEO of Tano Tenay, Evan Salter, who's recently joined and he'll provide several updates about partnerships, agreements, and all the new exciting things that are happening there. And as all of you know, we have a daycare, which I'm so happy. It's amazing daycare. If you're here in town, if you go down to the park, you got to see the daycare. It's an amazing, beautiful place. And lucky for us, we have a band member, Tandy Perch. I don't know where she's probably over at the table over there. She's the manager of the daycare. It's amazing. It's a beautiful place. And it's called the Claytley's Little Lodges. It's a daycare for not only First Nations, but for everyone in Prince George that needs daycare, which is in a high demand. So it's pretty formal, pretty busy, but I want to emphasize today is a positive day. Today is all about good news for our nation and for our members and for everyone coming together. And I mentioned yesterday in a meeting that there's a lot of things that we don't see because we're looking in. We don't see it until somebody from the outside looks in and comments on Claytley today. So I asked them, I said, well, what have you heard? That we're a very powerful, innovative band moving forward. And I went to a few chiefs meetings and stuff, and they talk about the same size band as ours. And they say they just had their AGM and they were so excited that all the people that came and they had a good time and stuff. And I asked, well, how many people showed up? And they told me 30. And that was a huge turnout for them. And I went, oh. And I said, why? And I said, well, we just had our AGM. And they said, well, you're about the same as us. Well, how many showed up for you? And I said 600 plus. And just talking, like it's amazing how our community comes together, always comes together, and actually supportive of everything that we do. And I would like to, before I finish, I'd like to congratulate everyone who had a baby this year. I see so many out there, and some of those that are expecting babies, congratulations. It's more Claytley members. Bring them on. We need more. Kyle. Kyle has one baby, and we're trying to make him have another one. And a super congratulations to those that have got engaged, gotten married, or are planned to be married. I know one of our band members is now off officiating a marriage because he just got ordained. So this is exciting times, happy times. And I just want to say everything's so positive. I feel the energy in this room, and it's so positive. And I was going to ask you, how do you say welcome home? How do you say welcome home? Welcome?
Welcome home, I got.
Home?
Yep, welcome home.
Home. Welcome home. So welcome home, everyone. I hope everyone has a great day. It's going to be great, positive, high energy, and so many good things coming today. And again, our council members will be come up. And again, thank you for Barry and Kalani for being voluntold to come and do this today. You guys.
Thank you, Chief Logan. So we had the councillors draw on who's going to speak, and I've got the list right here. The first speaker for council, and remember you're on a time limit, Miranda Seymour.
Good morning, everyone. I've been trying to learn a little bit of our language, so Bear with me while I try to speak a little bit of Clately. Bandada Hunzu, Miranda Seymour Susie, Alu Laura Luth, Anto, Mary Atsu Mary Gucci Azdani, Atsu Cho Lizette Seymour Azdani, Tabe Hunasti Najan Anditsen Atsen. So what I said, or what I tried to say, is good morning. My name is Miranda Seymour. My mother is Laura Luth. My grandmother is the late Mary Gucci, and my great-grandmother is the late Lizette Seymour, and I am very happy to be here today. I thought it was important for me to introduce myself because we have so many new members, and there's so many members that I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet. So I just want to welcome everyone who has come from near and far, welcome new members, welcome not so new members, a special welcome to all of our elders, youth, and a welcome to all of our new members who were born this year. For any members who it's your first time in our territory, hopefully you're able to explore a little bit of our beautiful lands while you're here. It's so nice to have you here. Welcome to all of the presenters who are presenting legal, financial, and other information for us today. And a really big shout out and masi cho to the AGM Planning Committee, all of the band office staff, community members, volunteers, and our Executive Director, Tawfiq Islam, as well as our MCs for your time and commitment in putting these 2 days together. This was a tremendous amount of work, and your time and hard work is very much appreciated. I hope everyone is able to use this time to not only hear what our community and all of our departments have been up to, but also to connect with old and new family and friends and to enjoy a really fun day tomorrow. I just want to end with a quote. This person isn't from our band. It's George Manuel from the Sconlith Indian Band, but I really like what he had to say. The future of our people depends on our ability to stand together and to plan together, not just for tomorrow, but for generations to come. So this is such an exciting time to have us all come together as a community and on our territory, and I just hope everyone has a wonderful time and safe travels home. Masi cho.
And our next speaker from council is Dominic Frederick.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Oh, like cow, you still sleeping or you ate too much breakfast? The really skinny bacon, I bet. You must have got a handful of them. Anyways, good morning. My name is Dominic Frederick. I'm a counselor for the band. I'm also the fisheries manager. I'd like to welcome you all and thank you for being here. And in Daket, you know, we welcome our traditional people. Deneza, Chekeza, and Skyze, and the matriarchs. And those are the people that's going to be leading or coming up to be leaders in your community, in our community, in the future. But a lot of us, we don't know how that works. But you know, I myself have been sitting with the Wet'suwet'en in Wet'suwet'en for the last 15, 20 years. And they welcomed me there. And I sat with them and with the Deneza and the Tsegeza and the Skyze, learning the ways learning their laws on how they operate and what it is and how sacred it is. And every time you come to the feast hall, you have to abide by the law, and that is their law. And when you come to the feast hall, any feast hall you go, then you have to respect that. I think, first of all, I'd like to thank my wife, Shirley Moran, for her support. Always there. Thank you. And I'd like to thank my family for being there. And I'd like to thank all of you for your support. And I'm honored again, I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to serve you, serve allegiance to Tl'itli Tane and our community and our territory. One of the natural resources that we have is salmon. We live on it. We've always lived on it. And I'm honored to be in that position to help our young people learn about the resource. Because it's in their blood, it's in your blood, it's in every young person that Dakets and Tl'itli Tane, you know, after a while you just learn it. Oh, I don't know how to cut that salmon. I don't know how to cut it up. They're shown once. You show them once and they'll catch on right away because it's in your blood. You learn, they learn right away. And it's just amazing to see that, you know, and have them, and they can do 30 salmon in like 10 minutes tops, you know, 6 of them. And that's the way it's going to be, you know, and within the next week or so, you know, first of all, I'd like to apologize for not misinterpreting, but sending out a message in terms of the salmon, come down. Everybody came down, but there was a whole bunch of nothing there. We only caught so much salmon, but we had to share it with everybody and as we can. So some people had to go home mad, you know, but that's okay. The salmon are on its way, you know. They'll be here, so don't worry about it. There will be lots of salmon coming, what we do now is we cut them up down there, and we'll gut them and take the tails off and the heads and throw them in ice, and you can just grab them, put them in your coolers, and bring it home and do what you want with them. And again, I thank you all for being here, and I thank you again for your support. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. I'd like to call on Councillor Crystal Gibbs.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome home. Good to see everybody. Again, I'm going to mimic what everyone before me has said. Thank you to all of the amazing organizers. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes for a big event like this. We're all very grateful for you all. Thank you to our staff, and thanks to all of you for being here. Another little note, make sure you're checking out all of our departments. These are your services. These are your programs, so get any information you need. There's surveys that do require your information. I know health has one. Another thing, the partners outside, those aren't Chief and Council's partners. Those are your partners. Stop in, see what they have to offer, what they have to say. Say hi, they're great people. They're here for us. And just enjoy the next couple days. I'm gonna stop there because I know I could see the two behind me kicking me off, but I do actually have to say thank you to both of these beautiful people. Kalani and Barry, as well as Veronica for the opening. Thank you. I'll be here all day. Masai.
Merci, Councillor Crystal. And we'd like to call on Councillor Kyle McIntosh.
Good morning, everybody. Well, it's kind of hard to follow those, so I'll do my best here. It's an honor to stand with you on this beautiful morning. I want to thank our community for coming together today. Your presence, support, help make our nation strong. And I'd also like to thank the staff, administration, for making this day possible. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So, merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIntosh. It's an honor to call up the next speaker is Councillor Tashina Seymour.
Hedi and welcome home, everyone. It fills my heart to see so many members gathered here today for our AGM. I'm grateful that each of you arrived safely and took the time to be here. Your presence shows the strength of our community. For those of you who may not know me, my name is Tashina Seymour. I'm the daughter of Barry and Phyllis Seymour and the granddaughter of Veronica Seymour. I carry my family in everything that I do, and I'm proud and honored to stand here representing our nation today. I'd like to sincerely thank each and every one of you who supported me and trusted me with this responsibility. I would also like to thank my fellow council members for their guidance in the last 5 months. I'm excited to continue learning from you this term. Together, I believe we can continue to build a strong and united future for our nation. Masicho.
Merci, Councillor Tashina. We'd like to call on Councillor Clayton Pootney.
Bandara Hunzu. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's always great to see us all gather. This has been a gathering place for over 9,000 years. It's always amazing. Seeing faces, meeting new family, new friends, seeing old family, old friends. And yeah, it's like I said, we have an amazing staff here doing a lot of great things. And take the time to stop by. A lot of the surveys and things that they're doing helps guide us to help you. We're doing a lot of amazing things in the background right now, and like Chief Logan said, we have a lot of presentations coming out. We're growing, we're moving forward, and we're looking to the future. Every councillor out here that you've elected in brings a different facet and a different mindset and methodology to how we're making decisions, but at the end of the day, it's all about you guys. So take the time, everybody's working on your behalf, and we have some great presenters. I know I always thank Veronica for a great opening, same with the cast-down drummers. But take the time, gather, and like I said, come speak to us, questions, that's what we're here for. So, Awetsa, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pootney. Last but not least, Councillor Jamie Bird. Huh? Oh, again. Okay.
Doug's last. Howdy, everyone. Good morning. Welcome home. I'll keep it short and sweet because we got some good announcements coming today. I'd like to thank everyone that worked hard to put on this event. I'd also like to thank the previous councillors that are not up here that did work before us. We're taking over and finishing it off, and we're also working on some new amazing stuff that's coming. So thank you all for voted for me and put me up here, and I look forward to working for you in the future. Merci.
Merci. And last but not least, Councillor Doug Olson.
Sorry, Doug.
Good morning, I'm Doug. I almost got out of this, but first of all, let everyone know I'm really grateful for being here and being able to help put this nation forwards. We've had such great people, past and present, that have put in so much work. It's incredible to see where it's at now. We just want to continue working hard and try and get things keep things going the way they are. I want to thank you again. Merci cho.
Thank you, Doug, and I sincerely apologize for almost letting you off the hook. So on your agenda, I'm not sure what time is it?
10:30.
Oh, we're only a bit behind schedule. How do you want to handle the question answer period? Just go ahead with it? Just go yes or no. Huh?
Go to health break.
Okay. So because we're behind schedule, if you have any questions for council, please write them down. And where can they give them? You can give the question directly to the council member and have a chat with them during the break. So with that in mind, we'd like
Yes, yes. Yes, at 10:45.
okay. That work?
There's another question and answer period at
Okay, 15-minute health break. I see ya. We'd like to start with the 20-minute question answer period. So if you got a question, well, first of all, when you get the mic, whoever wants to speak, raise your hand, and we'll have someone come with the mic. Gotcha, Peter. Loretta and the lady in the back. So we got 3. That'll probably take the time up. So when you get the mic, state your name, identify who you want to ask the question to, and ask the question.
Thank you. Hare Sundo, it's Loretta John. My question is for, I guess it would be the health department. I know that one of our elders was sick and she felt the nurse didn't support her. She ended up in the hospital and she already had health conditions because her medication wasn't dropped off or her bandage wasn't changed. And it's not about how the people live, it's about the health care that we should be supporting our members in their health journey. It's overwhelming if she would have ended up in the hospital and passing away. You know, this is conducts to the jobs that the people were hired for the people. You know, I feel if we're gonna neglect our members, then we need to use Telfic, because he's the CEO, and learn to write a complaint in a healthy way so that all members can be heard. And the members who are in the hospital, like, we should have members checking up on them. When you're sick and you feel alone, it makes you feel more worse, and your health journey really deteriorates. I know that because I've had health journeys, but I'm slowly getting better too. I may look healthy, but inside my body's hurting. So we really need to step up, especially our vulnerable members who are in their addiction or living on the streets. You know, we have a mobility crisis team, but we should be looking for our members who feel that they're unloved, even though they have family that do love them. And we should have a journal for them. You know, maybe they don't feel like they want to talk to their own family members, but when you lose them to addiction, it's like, what could I have done better to support them on this journey? So I really need the health department to step up and help our members in a kind and gentle way. You know, if you need support on how to understand people who are struggling, then we need to open that door. We need to open that door to show them, look at all the members here. Look at how big this nation's become. And we still struggle in helping the vulnerable and the elders. It's not our journey to judge them. It's our journey to support them in a kind and gentle way. We have some members in the hospital, and just it'd be nice to show the family medicine. And the medicine is by going up and sitting with the people, our members. Even if it's for 5 minutes, you're showing them that we care and they're thought of and they're loved. So I really would like Chief and Council to support the families with everybody that's struggling with housing and health journey. All my relations.
Thank you, Loretta. So the first thing you mentioned is about nursing, and I have to give a huge thank you and a welcome to our nurse, Jennifer Coleman. She's our only nurse, and she's working so hard. And we're in the process of trying to get some more nurses to serve our community better. And I know about the members in the hospital. I've gone to see a few of them just to visit. It does make a difference. But when Loretta was talking, it reminded me, we have an elder that goes to another elder's house just to sit and visit, help them clean up, help them sweep under the rug or under the couch and stuff. So I think that's one thing that this community does need to get back to, is helping each other. And for addictions, I wish I had a magic wand. We've all been touched. We've all lost somebody that's had addictions. And I lost my niece last year. But all we can do is open our arms and help and talk and listen. Last month, I picked up one of our homeless people we have 3 or 4 that live on the streets. I went and picked up them, sat with them for 2 hours, went and bought them new clothes, got them stuff for a shower, and we talked. And they just need somebody to listen. That's just, and I agree with Loretta, if you see one of our homeless or even somebody in here today that does, just give them a hug. If somebody just is looking a little bit down, just say hi, give them a hug. And we do have an amazing mental health team, which we have to add to as well, because they are worked to the bone. They are doing so much. We have, I'll mention her name anyways, Teal, who works with a lot of our community members, not just on reserve, but in town. She's willing to take clients from out of town on phone calls, but she's only one person. So we will be hiring more people for mental health. And for the addictions, we can help guide, but from my experiences, they have to want the help. And it does take a lot of conversations to get them to turn around to a different way of thinking. But thank you, Loretta. Just letting you know that our nurse, and we're getting more nurses, mental health, we're getting more mental health, and our homeless, they're always at the band office. They're always here to talk. And Chief and Council do take really good care of our homeless people. A lot of them just refuse to get in apartments. A lot of them refuse to be in hotels. So every year, first time sign it gets cold, we have a staff member that goes to Mark's and make sure they all get good winter jackets, hats and mitts and pants and boots and socks. And when it would get really cold, we do have members that go out there and wrangle them up and make them stay in hotel rooms. So we're doing what we can, but Chief and Council doesn't have a magic wand. But we're always there for our members. Okay, thanks, Loretta.
Merci Loretta and merci Chief Darlene Logan. And we have our next question from Peter Kwa, and I believe the mic is coming to you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Peter Kwa, and I am your traditional chief. In the white world, I've got a BA, I've got an MBA, and in one course, I will have a doctorate degree. But as your traditional chief, I applied a month ago to come and have a talk with you. And the council saw in their good wishes to avoid not putting me on the agenda, even though I applied a long time ago. And so much for thinking about your members. I'm your traditional chief. I am Dolly's uncle. I have 2 members who sit on council, and they're looking after our best interests. They pushed everybody ahead of you, off me, and I, as your member and traditional chief, they didn't even put me on the agenda. What do you guys think? Because what I want to talk about is the rest of your lives. Have a look now. Look at your kids. Have a look at your kids. What life are they going to face? 350 years from now, your people, how are they going to live? Are they going to go around with programs like this here? Programs don't hire people. Programs don't give people money. My whole thing was about, in 1 year, I can turn this community around by working with the people in a traditional style governance. How many of you know the Indian Act now? Not many. How many of you know the traditional way of being? Respect, honor, integrity. I can bring that back, folks, with your help. And what I want to tell you now is you own 5 million acres of land. You didn't lose it. We're going to take that 5 million acres of land and we're going to go to it, folks. You say you own the land. How come you don't own the resources on it? We own the land. How come none of you work? How come none of you have money? How come? That's what I want to talk about the rest of your life. Return is straightforward. I have a blueprint, and the blueprint on there says that we own all the resources, just like, for instance, Northwood Pulp and Paper. They've been there for how many years? We go back and do an inventory, and we'll charge them for the use of that land. We go to our favorite topic here, the pipelines. Hey guys, I have a friend who's the chief negotiator in the tar sands for the pipelines. And he said when that explosion started, you guys had them in your hands, but you let them go. We won't, my friends. Every one of you should be involved. Every one of you should be helping us doing an inventory of the territory. How can you negotiate when you don't even know what you have? How would you guys like if I said, starting Monday, every one of you will be involved? No more band council, just you, so that you can help participate, you can help do research. From here on in will be the biggest adventure in your lifetime. we can stay, like Darlene and the council have done a good job on programs, but that's just programs. They talk about a lot of other things, but it never comes through. This will, because all of you will be involved. What do you think about that? Where you don't have to go through a council. The council will be walking through you. Isn't that their job? Isn't that the council's job to walk through, like Darlene says, that you should look after these people? Well, let's go a step further, guys. We have a chance at truth and reconciliation here. The Indian Act divides us every time we vote. Stop that voting. This way we can reconcile ourselves so that we have the people involved. I can work with this person over here because he or she doesn't vote for them. Now we're looking at Clyde Lee. We're not looking at band council. We're looking at tribe. You guys want to be a tribe or a band council? If you're a band council, your lawyer spent a lot of money on this, for instance, here. It's called custom band election. If it's custom band election, we don't have custom band election. We have potlatch. We have people that have the names where it's been handed down through the years. It's like my name. Take on the Kwa, that's traditional chief, I'm carrying it on. Always has been like that. So, is that really worth it, guys? Does it need that much paper so that you could vote? We don't vote in a traditional society, folks. We never have, because voting splits you apart rather than us sitting down and working it out together. How do you think the clans did it in the past? The clans didn't vote. Clans went and sat down with each other and talked. How can we talk? There's no room for us to talk here. And that's my big point here, guys. We need it, and we can start. I've got a blueprint here. Every one of you can read. And on the blueprint, it spells out what has happened to us, where we can go, what are the alternatives. The traditional way of being is an alternative, but once you return to a traditional way of being, you have something of value no white person has. Every one of you has an Aboriginal right and title. Has any one of you ever been asked about usage in the territory? Put up your hand. Have you been asked? See, council did not take your Aboriginal right and title into consideration. They themselves put your people down by doing that. It's part of yours, and we have to go to you to ask. And in the traditional way of being, you will have a spot. You will have a future. As it is now, we don't have much to say here. I have, one of the things that I complain about, lack of communication, just simple things like that. And that should not be right. We don't need council meetings to inform us on how we do these things. Our traditional people did not do that. They did not have meetings. They did not vote. Traditional way of being is a way of life, 365, forever and ever. So would you guys like to talk about getting as much money out of the territory as possible? Would you like to talk about getting work where you're hired forever and ever, where you don't have to worry about money anymore?
Peter, I don't mean no disrespect, but yeah, we do have another question, and I'd like to thank you for your opinions on everything that you have written out. So we do have a policy when somebody wants to present to our community, is that we see the presentation first. We have to protect about what's being said. We don't want anyone to be mean or rude or misinformation. We just want to review it. And
just to add it.
Peter will be here for the next 2 days. If you want to go sit and talk with him, and he does have knowledge, which I will say a lot of it. So if you'd like to see Peter, he's at the table there, and he'll be at tomorrow there. He'll be walking around tomorrow. And I think we have another question from Luella No.
I have a question in regards to, I asked the question, who would like to hear me speak today rather than tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll be out at the reserve where none of you will be at. You're the members here, you can decide.
Okay.
Do you want me to give my presentation today?
We do have a full schedule here for today.
It doesn't matter. I am a band member and I am the traditional chief, and they have set me aside. Is this what they have done to you guys?
No, we've not set you aside. We honestly, we did ask you to send the presentation ahead of time.
Where
so we can review.
Where am I on the agenda then?
Well,
Where's my name on there?
It's not on today. Was on for tomorrow, but you wouldn't send your presentation.
It's not on there for tomorrow either.
Because you wouldn't send your presentation. Like I said, if you sent,
Hey guys, I want to talk about this. You guys know I've got 4 members. You can cut me off if you want. But I've got 4 members of my family on council. I have all of my band members here. You think I'm going to present something that's going to upset the upper part? The only ones that's going to get upset are the council. I'm here for the people because the people need jobs, the people need money.
I just have to speak to that. Each one of us council members here we don't go by our last names. Yep. Okay, all of us here, all of us council members, if you ever see us in a meeting, we introduce ourselves as Kyle, Crystal, Doug, Clay, Jamie, because we don't go by last names. We're elected to serve our membership as a whole. So for us, we don't have last names because there's no such thing as last names. I've asked elders before why the last name thing, and I don't like the last name division because we're all one community, we're all related, so that's how our council thinks of ourselves, as one. So we're all related, so when anyone says they're related to so-and-so, so-and-so, well, guess what? You're related to all of us. So do this quickly. Can I have a show of hands who would like to see Peter's presentation here? Or tomorrow on the side, at the side table at the north side? So no show of hands here today, and 5 for tomorrow for a side table. So the community has spoken. Thank you, Peter. And next we have Luella Nome.
Lou, right in the back.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Luella Nome. I live on the north side of the community at 1001. There's an echo in here, so it's gonna make me feel funny. But I have a question about Board of Directors. There's been no information on how many boards that Clately has, who sits on the boards, how many, and I think I've asked this question a few times and never got an answer. And I also think that if you're sitting on a board, what is the requirements? Education or whatever, tickets, certificates, high school graduation, and are these positions paid? I honestly think that with the boards, and I don't believe chief and or councillors should be sitting on the boards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That's all the time we have for questions at this point. There's several other opportunities on the agenda. Oh, you want someone? Was there a question?
How many boards does Lately Tene have? Who sits on the boards?
Okay, is someone either?
Thank you, Luella. So I know there's the daycare board. There's myself, Kyle McIntosh, and Phyllis Seymour on it. There's the Tunnel Fuel boards, which is myself and Shirley Gustafson. And the Tunnel board is myself, Kenora Stewart, Elaine Gagnon, and Shane O'Donnell. I think that's it. Oh, and the LTN board, which is myself and Dominic and Lowell Johnson. I think that's it. No, just the only one is the Tano. The other ones are all volunteer. So this has been brought up a few times, and it's always the chief that's been put on all the boards for chairs. But honestly, I'm so busy. I'll be changing out quite a few of the boards that I sit on for someone else. And there's no qualifications to be on the board other than being a band member. Okay, thank you, Luella.
Thank you for the answer. So I'm just wondering if we could get maybe a printout and what the direction of the boards are, what decisions the boards make.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think we should put it on the website. So Tofik, can you take a note for that we do this and for the website for everybody to see? And I just wanted to mention earlier, remember when I said we had one elder going to another elder's home to help them out? I'd like to do a shout out to Luella Nome, who takes the time to go over and visit Violet and help her with the hard things that she can't do anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. The communication was brought forward, and I have an announcement here. We are excited to launch our new LTFN membership portal. This app is designed for direct communication between administration and members, customizable notifications, and even includes digital applications such as housing forms. If you were registered under the Hawk Communication app already, you will automatically receive an email to set up your password on this new platform, and no action required today. Please remember, this is our app built for and by us. Do not be late to register and be the first one to explore everything the portal has to offer. So sign up is the booth over there. Wave your hand. Who's taking the registration? Yeah, over there.
Over here.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the presentation by the Executive Director, Tawfiq Islam. Tawfiq, come on up. Is yours the slide? Okay, where's the financial guys?
Hardy Credit membership. Thank you so much for coming, and it is so good to see you again this year. It's such a great pleasure, and personally, I am excitedly wait for this presentation to membership. This is my fiduciary responsibility to present the updates, what we do to the membership at least twice in a year. So first of all, I would like to thank our elder, Veronica Seymour, to open the day in a good way. I'd like to thank our Chief and Council and membership for keeping their trust and faith on me to do my job. And I especially thank to my staff who have been working so hard last 2 months to make this arrangement of the AGM. They are around the meeting room, so if you kindly stop by, and there are so many information, good information for you. So, dear membership, it has been 2 years since I was appointed as your executive director. From the outset, I set clear goals to guide our administration and help strengthen the nation. So I set up 3 kinds of goals. One is short-term goal, mid-term goal, and long-term goal. The short-term goal was implementing robust internal control, ensuring strict adherence to and updating of policies and procedures to reflect the evolving needs, aligning the right people with the right roles, and investing in staff training and development, promoting transparency and improving communication with membership. So membership, just to let you know, my first priority is to respond membership. If you need any help that you are not getting promptly from our program managers, please reach out to me. My email is executivedirector@cladely.ca, and you can reach out to our downtown office. My first priority is I respond all membership as soon as I can. And I can help you out for every question, every need, everything you need help. And the other part was like, the short-term goal was like smooth separation of Tanotine corporate activities from the band operation. So that was a short-term plan, and successfully we did in administrative level. So our new CEO of Tanotine, Ivan Salter, took over the responsibility from me. So it has been such a great opportunity to work with Ivan Salter last 5 months. Thank you, Ivan. Enhancing service through each operational department and securing all available funding opportunities. So we build up our resources internally in our administrative level. We don't let any fund go. We try to acquire all the funding around us, and each of the funding enable us to enhance the level of service to the membership. Maintaining the independence of administrative function. I especially thank to our Chief and Council. So this is I would say, the best way I get the support from Chief and Council and free from influence from the government, so the administration can do their job. So it is perfectly separated. Governance is here, administration is here. They provide their only employee a guideline, how to manage the administration. not interference in day-to-day activities. Thank you so much, Council member. I am so proud to let you know that all those short-term goal has been achieved. As I stated, my short-term goals, our team continuously proactively seek improvement and expand our funding base from various of sources. Now, midterm goals. Our focus is now expanding services and fulfilling the needs of our community. Major priorities include housing initiative. We are actively addressing the growing demand for both on and off reserve housing. So, what's coming next for housing? Honorable membership, I would like to let you know that we have planned for 3 4-plex housing that we have been pursuing funding for, and the total budgeted amount was $6.8 million. Just a week back, we got funding assurance from ISK for $2.2 million, and we are actively pursuing with CMHC and other funding agencies to get the rest of the amount. So regardless, we're gonna go for this. So previously there are some rumor that that fund went out the window. Membership, please reach me out. I'm gonna give you evidence and information that that fund never go away. That fund was there. We are working hard. So any rumor or anything, please reach me out. I'm gonna share you the information with proper evidence in every case for anything. So the next one is really super exciting. So we plan to install 7 modular homes, with 6 homes expected to move in ready before December 2025, within next 3 months. And then the other one before January 26. So the timeline, we are working with the timeline, and we are perfectly aligned with the timeline. Work orders have already been issued to the 3 reputable suppliers, and we are now finalizing contracts for the site preparation. That's a altogether $3.5 million project, and that is in progress. So you will see it in near future, hopefully, with no interruption. I especially thanks our new housing manager, Ashikin, and the director of capital project for pursuing it for this project. Thank you so much. It's not the end about housing. So our chief and council, they decided that we should not limit in our housing only on reserve. We should explore the off reserve too. Basis on that, we have been working with the province of British Columbia in our G2G table meeting, and we are identifying some premium location for our off-reserve housing. So the province of British Columbia will have a government-to-government with our chief and council in September. We'll go hard there. Our chief and council and our administration are ready for that. So meanwhile, our administration is in a process to develop the off-reserve housing policy. So the draft version of the off-reserve housing policy is ready, and it is in council table to review. Once it is finalized, we're going to share that off-reserve housing policy to our band membership. So the next midterm goal is like education and youth support. Our students are the future leaders of Cleditine. For 2025 and 26, this emerging council has approved our largest ever education budget of $1.6 million. Regardless, we get funding only $250,000 from ISK. So council decided that we're going to fund from our own source revenue to education for educate our kids in a proper way so that they become the leadership of the nation within a few years, something like that. So beyond funding, we are working on a comprehensive career guidance program, starting with opportunities with Clay Littine administration. This will help students align their educational path with long-term career goals. Educational partnership with local institutions are already in place. We are exploring more institutions to be in partnership on outside of this city as well. An excellent program was our youth mentorship program. Now it's in its second year, places grade 9 to 12 graduates in summer roles across the departments. The response from both youth and staff has been overwhelmingly positive. So the youth, we invited the youth to work with our administration to see how the administration departments work. They work with each administrative departments, and they want to see that we encourage them to work for the administration. So we need to find our future leaders from our band membership. That is our ultimate target, operating this program. Now, this is all the midterm goal, and this is all in progress. So long-term vision, sustainable economic growth and infrastructure development. So the first of all, as Chief stated previously, that we are officially, as of today, hold 8.64% share of First Nation Bank of Canada. So together, Clay Littine and Tanotine invested $10 million to get this ownership of this bank. So why did we choose this bank? The First Nation Bank of Canada is owned by First Nation, operated by First Nation, and 82% of their employees are First Nation. And we also see their financial statements. We took specialized opinion on their financial statement and the growth, and we know that a lot of business are coming in capital project and infrastructure that the First Nation Bank of Canada gonna provide that loan to the First Nation. And not only that, so for each dollar of reserve of First Nation Bank of Canada, they can lend money 8 times. That means like we invest $10 million, but they can lend $80 million to somebody that could generate the interest. And once the interest is generated, we get the dividend. We get the dividend, regardless increment of the price in addition to that. So this marks a significant step in economic self-sufficiency. And not only that, so when it gives a huge exposure to the money market when the band needs any money for their capital project. While we have only relied on GICs for modest return, this strategic investment diversifies our portfolio. Based on professional analysis on FNBC's current financials, planned future projects, and return on equity projection, this investment is expected to double in value in 8 to 10 years. We invested at $10 million today. We are anticipating by 8 years, it's gonna get double. We're gonna get return another $10 million, and we can build more houses. Energy project. We were successful in BC Hydro's 2024 call for power. Our energy project is moving forward on schedule and is projected to bring $130 million over 30 years of this project lifespan. We are so thankful to our partner, EcoENR, who is here. They travel all the way from Spain to say their thanks and greetings to our membership. Let's give them a big hand. Additionally, we are moving forward more projects with EcoENR. So that includes more wind power and hydroelectric plants, which will further strengthen our long-term economic sustainability. Infrastructure development. The daycare has been operational since a few months already, The wastewater project is nearing to completion. Ancient forest project is in progress, so we all know that it was like held as our both of our project manager passed away, unfortunately, but we catch it up. We have a great team, and it is in progress. And there will be an interpretive center in the center that will display our culture, our values as well. Planning is underway for the Youth Center of Excellence, New Family Center, and Breeze, both of which are key features for community well-being and connectivity. So I would like to mention another great program we have initiated, that we have hired a company. That company provides support for elders to clean their houses, provide some medical assistance and nursing services. So I am very thankful to our social assistance manager, Wendy Jail, to operate this program. And we have successfully cleaned and make it good, like 10 to 15 houses already. And this program is in progress. Kindly, elder, please reach out Wendy if you need help. Wendy can schedule and make it very easy for you. So as we turn our attention to the future, I remain deeply honored to serve you as your executive director. Our progress is only possible through a trust and support of our members, which I have been getting. Thank you so much. The guidance of our chief and council, and the wisdom of our elders, and the dedication of our staff. Thank you so much, elders. Thank you so much, administrative staff. Thank you so much. Together, we are building a stronger, more self-sufficient Cledlitina First Nation. Masi Cho. So, honorable membership, I'll take your question if you have any question for me. I see a question from back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You said that in 8 to 10 years, that bank will accumulate double the $10 million investment that you made. What are your guys' plans with that? And what are your guys' plans with the $130 million from BC Hydro?
Thank you so much. So, first of all, like increasing the level of service to our membership. That means like the service we are providing through the different department, we're going to expand that service. Expand that service in such a way that all membership like say social assistance, health, so there are so many, we're going to invest those money for membership service level, increase the service level of membership. And the second thing is like increasing the infrastructure development that includes housing, community center, and so many things like in order to provide those services to the membership.
Hello, Hadi.
Hadi.
Hi, Tofik.
Hi, Kim.
My name is Kim Gucci, and I live on the south side out at Claylee. And my question is in regards to the housing, or the building off reserve housing for members. Will those members also qualify for the same funding and opportunities that us on-reserve members receive?
So Kim, the best I understood here is some echo, that your question was will the Southside band member and the off-reserve membership gonna get the same opportunity for the housing?
It really had nothing to do with the South Side. I was just stating where I live, that I am an on-reserve member. But my question is regards to the housing that Clately is working towards building for off-reserve housing. Will those members receive the same benefits as an on-reserve member?
Thank you, I understand the question. Thank you so much. It's a very good question. So our plan is like, the moment we get the land from the Crown, the very moment we apply for ATR. So once it is a ATR land, yes, obviously. So will be under our lands department, under our lands authority, and the level of service that on-reserve population is getting, that land, that housing place will be also by reserved land. So therefore, the level of service will be equivalent.
Hello, everybody. My question, Taufik, is about the cleaning for the elders. Is that on reserve and off reserve too? Because we do have a lot of members that live off reserve, and they do need support in their health care. And for the housing department, is there going to be housing for like the vulnerable people, like that are in addiction, that need support, like the modular housing that they have down south? And I know that BC Housing has some, but as a Clately member, we should be really supporting our own members in our own housing, so we don't feel discriminated, you know, because a lot of discrimination does happen to our members. So is that part of the housing, so that we know that they have a place to live and that they have proper support through their life journey on getting back on the red road that we pray for, right? And yeah, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The first answer for the support to the elders home, yes, on and off reserve. So we started with on reserve, but we are expanding. We have started expanding it to off reserve as well. The second is like our modular home. So when we started working with the modular home, the first thing we keep it in our mind that it will be accessible, so that our elders and disabled membership, they can comfortably get in and get out from the house. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taufik. The next presentation is a presentation by Okener, Spain, the partner of Lately Tenay for the wind power project. Come on up.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can you see on the screen a nice picture of your land? Yes, no? Okay. So good morning, and thank you to have the opportunity to be here. My name is Jose. I'm coming from Spain, and want to make the introduction of this wind project that we're working together. Before going to the project itself, Let's read together this slogan, these guiding principles: building a legacy of sustainability, powered by partnership. Our intention today with this presentation is that at the end of this one, this sentence makes sense to you as it makes for all the team who is working on the project. But before moving forward, we want to acknowledge that this meeting is hosting in your traditional territory, and of course, that the project is going to be in your traditional land. We want to thank you for taking care of the land and your history, and we want to stress a public commitment that the partnership that we are building together will be based on trust, mutual collaboration, and respect. These are the topics that we're covering today. I think it's better that we move forward. And let me start by the partnership. This is the base of everything. BC Hydro announced last April a call for power, and EcoEner started to analyze the different opportunities that we faced in BC. And after having analyzed the details of the technical strength of the project, we make a call to Alan. I think Alan is somewhere there, Alan Strode, to ask for a meeting to explain the project and to explain who is EcoEner. This was in the month of June, July last year. Things moved very, very quickly within your band, and we were able to have a preliminary agreement during August to work together and to submit a proposal to BC Hydro in September. And we were lucky enough to be one of the winners announced by BC Hydro in December 24. With this in mind, we had the opportunity to organize a visit of a delegation of Clayclea to Spain. You see on the bottom of this slide the delegation, a big picture of the delegation taken from a drone. And behind this is one of our emblematic hydro assets in the north of Spain, in our country called La Galicia. I want to stress that this week of work together.
Excuse me for a sec. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can people quiet down so some people can't hear in the back? Either that or you yell in here.
Thank you. So we're saying that the trip of the delegation has been the most important thing that we have done together. We have the opportunity not only to show our assets in both inland Spain and also in the Canary Islands, but we had the opportunity to share with your people our values, our way of doing business, and I can say today very proud that we feel very comfortable of this partnership. In the middle of the slide, you see Chief Logan. On the right side, the big man is Luis, the chairman and owner of the company. And in the middle, you have a young Clayclea member, Ori, that was witness of this intense week of work. So today, for the good and for the bad, hopefully for the good, we have a marriage for at least the next 30 years. So we are more than happy to say that we feel very, very comfortable with this partnership. But who is EcoEner? EcoEner is a Spanish company. You see in the middle of the map in the south of Spain. The company is based in the northwest of the country in a city called La Coruña. And we are today a multinational company. We started like 10 years ago going to Latin America because of reason of the language. It's much easier to deal in the Dominican Republic or Colombia or Guatemala speaking Spanish than dealing in BC trying to speak English. So today we can say we are a multinational. You see some footprints in Europe also. But I would say that Canada is the big bet of the company. This is the future. We see a lot of opportunities to come, and we are really committed to deliver our best in this country. But how are we organized? We have two wonderful leaders, I think, Chief Logan and Luis. They have the long-term vision, they have the strategy in mind, they have the values that go down to all the organizations. And below that, the project is managed by a board of directors. The board of directors is 2 members Clayclea, 2 members of EcoEner. We are lucky to have Mr. Tofik and Mr. Ivan on the side of Clayclea, Fernando, who unfortunately cannot be here today, and myself. So this is an equal board of directors who is managing all the projects. And we have, I may say, the best team we can have for wind projects in BC. Here you have pictures of the team. I'm going to give the floor to Dan. Dan is one of the most reputed wind experts in Canada, and he's going to take care of explaining you the project itself.
Thank you, Jose. As Jose mentioned, my name is Dan, and it's an absolute privilege to join you this morning to share some more details about the wind project that you are building along with EcoEner. Joining Jose on the stage with us is some of the other working members of the team. So we have Mike Chapman in the middle, a seasoned advisor and longtime energy developer across Canada. Matt Colden, project director and seasoned execution leader across multi-billion-dollar investments. And many of you know the troublemaker on the far right, Kevin Brown, who's helping us out with communications with the community and making connections. Also shown on the screen are some other faces that are hopefully familiar to you. You see Chelton out the back, Alan are around. Not shown on the screen are the many members that have been working on the project so far. Cletley Land Guardians, members of LTN Contracting, and other members who have been working as part of the consulting organizations supporting the project so far. The project is located near the community of Hickson, about 45 minutes south of town here. It will produce enough power to power approximately 30,000 homes annually, so that's about the size of Prince George's residential load. It consists of several different components. We'll show those on the next slide. And it connects to the BC hydro grid. So this schematic is just a real high-level overview, and we'd be happy to share more details about the project out at our info table over lunch or any one of the breaks. This schematic shows the turbines generate electricity. That electricity is brought to a project substation where it's transformed to a higher voltage and sent down to the provincial power grid, where it goes to homes and communities at the other end of the line. So we're connecting south of Prince George. Power will flow north here to Prince George as well as south to Quesnel area. The schematic on the other side shows the relative size of turbines. We need to update the slide for a local landmark. I figured out how high Mr. PG was. Many of you know the icon in the community. Mr. PG is about 8 meters high, so the turbines will be approximately 15 Mr. PGs stacked on top of each other to the hub height. Just a few high-level details of the next stages of the project. Currently, we're in the data collection stage, where we have contract workers like LTN Environmental, Archer Archaeology, Firelight Group, all out collecting environmental, historical, and cultural resources on the land so we can make sure that we do a good job managing the further development of the project. We anticipate submitting our permits next year, moving into approval in 2027 or so, where there'll be some engineering and procurement, and we hope to start construction in a few years from now, 2029. But the project will come online in 2030 or 2031, and as Tofik mentioned, that's a 30-year contract to provide income to your community. We're here today to introduce the project team, and we'd be happy to answer any follow-up questions. Like I said earlier, come grab one of us. We're wearing matching outfits. And I just want to highlight our logo here. It's a blend of the Kletley logo, the EcoEner logo, and the project name. I can't read the Celt, but I understand it says Niltsi, which means windy. So we're really happy to represent the partnership on the further project development. So again, happy to take questions out in the lobby, and now back to Jose.
Hello again. My English is so bad as it was 10 minutes before, but show must go on. So here we want to speak about economics. The project is big, very, very big. We are speaking about an investment of more than $400 million. Each of the partners has committed to put in $30 million, and we are expecting to have a dividends over the life of the project of $148 million. So commitment of $30 million, expected dividend of $148 million. This will be for each of the partner, and Toki was mentioned, this gives you the opportunity to develop all your strategic drivers that you have defined yourselves. The project is a partnership since the beginning, and this gives us, both parties, the opportunity to design it in a way that is respectful to your traditions, your land, and your values. And this is, I think, is very, very important, not only for you, but also for us. We also think that this is the best partnership we can have because we trust each other and we really feel that we are complementary. And in this sense, we are happy to say you that part of the Clay member are working already in the project, that part of the key aspects of the project is done by some of the affiliates companies of Clay, like all the environmental studies or the engineering for the transmission line road. And this is only the beginning. Each party thinks that the other one can bring more value in some aspects, and this is the way that we are thinking to proceed in the next future. So we have this project, but we are thinking ahead. We are here to think in more things. The energy transition is a key element, and we understand that there are going to be more opportunities to promote additional renewable projects in your land. So we are actually working in potential hydro sites, in potential wind sites. We are having a team coming from Spain of specialists to have some site visits this week, and we really hope that we are going to be able together to put on the pipeline additional projects for the next future. And I want to finish with this. What is the inspiration that I think moves all the team? And I took the copyright of Chief Dolan here. This is an interview she gave in Spain, when you can see that she's thinking ahead in the future generation of your people. This is what is moving ourselves also. Doing green business, thinking in our kids, and thinking in future generations. I hope that with this presentation, our slogan makes a little bit sense for you now. We are working of building a legacy of sustainability powered by this partnership. So thank you so much for this opportunity. We are going to be here all the weekend, open to answer any question you may have, any comments. And again, thank you. It's an honor for me to be here. Thank you so much. And sorry, thank you for the team. They are supporting and doing all the hard job. They are an incredible team. I can tell you that I've been working for 25 years now in the industry, and this is the best team I never crossed. So big hand for them.
Thank you very much. Photo op.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I'm not a movie star.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, yeah?
Tabe Messi Jose and the Econar team, that is really exciting. So we are going to move on to the 2024-2025 audited financial statement by Doan Grant Thornton LLP. And we're also going to be doing the year-to-date financial statements for the 2025-2026 by Nashir. So if you folks want to come up to the stage, we can get started on those, and that will be from our Director of Finance and Compliance. Oh, and quick housekeeping. The Elder Society is doing a draw, so they're still selling raffle tickets for the quilt. I think they're doing that draw at 3:30, and all proceeds are supporting the Elder Society's Elders trip to Edmonton, where they're doing the Elders Gathering in October. And also, we have an eye care clinic coming up, so if you want any information, you can go check out the health booth, but it's in September 18th and 19th, with the health department. Eye exams, prescriptions, and glasses, everything like that is all taken care of, so go ask them about that. And then the last thing was a reminder for the membership portal. We have a new app, so if you haven't downloaded that yet, please download that. And the Custom Election Law Project, more information on October 18th, so that's all in your book, in your bag as well. But here you go, I'll pass it off to the finance team. Oh, and Uncle Barry with more housekeeping.
I got one more. Really, it's an acknowledgement. The chief wanted me to state, we'd like to acknowledge Teresa for being sober for 1 year. And Donovan for 16 months. Stand up and wave. And Today happens to be 18 years sober for myself. And it's Wendy Jail's birthday. I'm not quite sure how young she is, but happy birthday, Wendy.
I thought you meant with me. And we are going to have Tofik for a moment here. So, Tofik, thank you.
So, honorable membership, so we try our best to hire band members for our administration. So we have a housing assistant position that has been opened and we have been reposting for 2 months. So our main motto was to hire a young band member. That is a funded program. So we didn't get much application, not at all, I would say. The application we got like 2 applications, but out of the age range that the funding program. And not only that, we have a few more positions coming up, 4 positions. Please, please, please apply for the position and encourage your children to apply for the position. So we want the position to be filled up by our band members, by all means. So please help us. So that posting is up, is going to be up pretty soon, or some position is already up. So please apply. Unless you apply, we cannot, we want to hire band member on board, band member in administration. Please help us. Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you, everybody. My name is Devin Sweet. I'm a partner with Doane Grant Thornton here in Prince George and across the world. So today we're going to go through the 2025 financial audit. So I just wanted to start by thanking everybody for welcoming me here today. What we're going to go through today here, you'll see LTFN has grown substantially over the last 5 to 10 years. We're not talking about a couple $1,000s here. There's a lot that goes on within the organization. And I think the presentation here today just shows your leadership, the executive team, the finance team. It shows their commitment to the membership in transparency and accountability. So I know we're a little bit behind, so I will get started here. So just a quick summary, we'll go through our audit report, a few number slides, we'll look at some ratios that Indigenous Services Canada typically looks at, and then some year-over-year trends. So to start, we'll start with our audit report. So we're auditing up to March 31st, 2025, which is the fiscal year end for Lheidli. At the end of the year, so we meet with Chief and Council, management, the executive team to go through the numbers to make sure that they're comfortable with it. At the end of the day, it is your financial statements where we come in as an external party to provide our opinion, whether or not those numbers are misleading in any fashion. So consistent with previous years, we did not find anything that led us to believe anything was misleading or misstated in any way. So we've issued an unqualified opinion, which is essentially the best audit opinion that we as external auditors can provide. So congratulations to the nation there. And along with that, I did look, so all of your statements are published online for every First Nation within Canada. So I did go back and see. So there's a deadline by most government funders to have the statements in by July 29th of each year. So this year was the first year I went back as far as I could go, which was 13 years, and this was the first year everything was submitted on time to the government funders. So again, congratulations there. Alrighty, so we'll get into a little bit of the numbers here. So the first slide here is your revenue by different funders. So the blue line, or I guess we'll start on the left. So Indigenous Services Canada provides kind of your core funding for specific programs that go on within the First Nation. So you'll see last year there was a bit of a spike. So they did provide funding last year for a capital project of about $5 million. So this year you'll see it's leveled off again. And then next, you'll see the light blue line back in 2023. So that was when the explosion happened on reserve lands. So the settlement funds coming in from Enbridge, which again has ceased going forward. The provincial and federal funding, so this is primarily your forestry revenues, daycare, fisheries revenue, all coming in from those federal and provincial funders. And then the yellow line there, which to me is kind of the most important, to see that line continue to grow. So that's your own source funding. So that's funding that can be used as the nation chooses. So I mean, you can see over the last several years, it continues to climb year over year. And then finally, just some miscellaneous income on the end there. So the next slide here is expenditures by department. So you can see, I won't go through all the numbers here, but we've grouped them kind of from the highest spending down to the lowest. So government development, special events, and admin. There's typically the most spending there. So this is wages for all the great staff that work at Claytley that don't come from typically a funded program. Like all the office costs of your building, so all the utilities, insurance, all that stuff comes out of your government and administration. So in total expenses were about $16.5 million, which on the next slide here you can see how that's broken down. So about 31% is set aside for wages and benefits, so about $5.2 million. Again, for wages and benefits of those in the community, those that are helping support Claytley. The other category there is a bit of a mix of a whole bunch of different items. So included again is kind of a lot of the office costs, materials, catering, honoraria, vehicle, travel, but in aggregate they're on their own, they're not big enough to display. Professional fees, about 21%, which was about $3.5 million. So that's all the consultants used for different projects, lawyers, accountants, all of those that help support Claytley. Repairs and maintenance and office costs, again, costs to maintain buildings, vehicles, all your equipment, all that type of thing. And then finally, special events, amortization and tuition are about 5% of total spending, which again, so the total pie makes up about $16.5 million. So the last two slides were a snapshot of a one-year time frame, and now we're going to look at in aggregate since Claytley, the organization started. What do you hold at March 31st? So the first slide here is all of the assets held at March 31st. So you can see for 2025, about $7.3 million in cash, $23.5 million in short-term investments. So these are all held in GICs. I think the rate is around 4.5%. Owed by LTFN businesses, so this is a loan between Tano Fuel. So when Tano first started, there was a loan that was granted to get everything started there. And then the big one there, so investment in Claytley businesses. So this is your investment in the Tano Group. The new partnership with EcoEner will eventually, that number will continue to grow as more investments come into the nation. LTN contracting is another big one there. Owed by government funders of about $1 million. So this is money that hasn't been received at the end of the year. Claytley is entitled to it, but it just didn't hit the bank account until after March 31st. And then your tangible capital assets. So this is all your buildings, equipment, infrastructure, your sewage systems, water systems, all that kind of thing, of about $26 million. So there's a few major projects that happened over the last few years. This year specifically, there was a Shelley wastewater project, the new daycare facility. There are also 3 modular homes that were built on reserve. So then on the liability side, so what does Claytley owe at the end of the year? So accounts payable of about $1.3 million. So this is all your day-to-day payables for wages, vacation owed to employees, payments for contractors, utilities, all those kinds of things. And the next one there, distribution payable to minors of about 1.8 million. So this is the money set aside from the Enbridge settlement funds. So that will be paid out when minors become of age. So you can see from last year it didn't really change. So the reason being is that money is set aside in a GIC. So the money continues to grow. There were some payments out, but the interest and what was paid out was equivalent this year. Deferred revenue, so this is money that has been received by Claytley, but it's set aside for future projects. So the big one here this year is the Shelley wastewater system. So again, that money's, you have it in your hands and it's going to be spent in the current year on that project. Long-term debt of $620,000. So this is just CMHC housing loans that are continuing to be paid down. And then the replacement reserve also coincides with CMHC requirements, stating that you have to have a set pot of money aside for future replacement of those within those housing units. All right, so if we look quickly at a few ratios here, so the adjusted liquidity ratio. So one of the ratios ISC looks at is whether or not Claytley can continue in the near term. So you can see here the benchmark is at 0.9. Currently, you're over 6, so well over the benchmark. So meaning that, you know, there's a lot of current assets. You don't have a lot of debt on the books. And the second one here, again, you can see you're well over the benchmark. This one's more long-term, so it looks at your total asset base, total liabilities that are owed by the nation. So again, from the funder's perspective, there's not going to be any concern long-term for you to sustain yourselves as a nation. And finally, just a few quick graphs here. So the first one, you can see the income and expenditures over the last, we got 8 years there. So purple line on the top is all the income, so all the money coming in to the nation. Blue line on the bottom is all the money going out. So you can see from 2018, revenues have, you know, they're almost five times what they were in 2018. So again, when you're looking at the graph too, whenever the purple line is above the blue line, basically you're adding to your net surplus. So you're bringing in more money than you're expending. So it's, yeah, continuing to help the nation prosper. And just a quick look at cash. So this is strictly just cash held by the nation. So again, 2019 was about $1 million held in the bank account. As of today, well, not today, as of March 31st, you're over 30 million in cash and GICs. So, yeah. And finally, just to look at, so your total assets, total liabilities, again, over the last 8 years. So the purple line on the top is total financial assets. So this is anything that's fairly convertible to cash, so excluding your tangible buildings. So GICs, cash. So again, you can see from 2018 was around 15 million. Today we're about $75 million. So again, the graph's moving in the right direction. And the same can be said, so the light blue line there, your non-financial assets, so your tangible asset base is growing with all the capital projects that are ongoing, the housing projects, wastewater projects, water projects, all add to your capital asset balance. And I think the most important line here, so you can see the orange line from 2018, it's basically remained consistent. So these are all the liabilities. So over the years, your assets are growing, your tangible, your financial assets are growing, but your liabilities are kind of maintaining status quo. So overall, just a really great outlook for the nation, and I'm excited to see what the coming years look like. And that's all I have for today, so thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do questions after.
We'll have time for questions on both finance presentations after we have Nasir. And we just want to make an announcement to everyone. The childcare is for ages 2 to 12. So if your child is younger than 2, you're responsible for that. And the older kids are being really disrespectful, so maybe have a conversation with them. We cannot be throwing things over the balcony. This is a place of business, so let's be respectful of that. And Nasir, we'll love to see your presentation now. Oh. And yes, the childcare facility will be going on break for lunch, so please get your kids so that the childcare supervisors can have their lunch break. It will be closed down. And what was the last thing? There was one more thing. No, that's it. Okay, Nasir, let's go.
Good afternoon, Clearly membership, and good afternoon, honorable council members and our honorable guests. I'd like to start with thanking Devon and his team for their auditing and presenting nicely all our good achievements. And lunch is already ready. I will not take long to keep you away from lunch. And I can see the screen. Oh, it's there. I'll be very quick with the numbers for last 4 months, starting from April to July 31st. For this year, in these 4 months, we collected 10 million revenue, and we spent 7.5 million as total expenditure. We have 5 million as operating expenditure and 2.44 as capital expenditure, which left us with 2.5 million surplus for this period. If we consider compare with this number for the last year's first 4 months, last year we collected revenue of 7 million and we spent 6.77 million, and it left us with only $0.2 million. And we have, in my next slide, I will quickly go over the current asset. Total current asset as of 31st July is 32.5 million. Total liability is 3.6 million, which is total current asset for us is 28.92 million. Total other asset, which is a combination of investment in business entities, is 33.5 million. Total fixed asset is 19.49 million. So our net asset is 81.99 million. And our total equity is 18.6 million. Our total retained earning is 60.8 million. And current surplus is 2.59 million, which is altogether 81.99 million, which we can consider as the worth of the band as of July 31st, 2025. And last year, the value net worth of the band was 76.5 million, which indicates that in these last 4 months, we could increase our net worth 5.48 million. This is a quick snap of our treasury status. On the first column, we have operating bank balance. Of last year, July 31st, we had 4.26 million, and we had investment 21.89 million. Altogether, it was 26 million last year, and this year it is 27.55 million, which is a growth of 1.4 million as in the treasury as very liquid cash. And that's all the numbers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our staff who really worked very hard with us because to keep strong and robust, as Tawfiq mentioned, robust internal control was our short-term goal. It was not that easy to keep it robust for the finance alone. All our staff members helped us tremendously. I would like to thank especially to all the department managers because they were the persons interacting finance and had, I would say, hard time, tough time to comply with all the nice policies we have. And for these policies, I would like to thank our executive director and the council members to be stick on that policies and empowering us to exercise and keep our numbers neat, clean, and tight, and very much within the budget. Thank you very much. If you have any question on the financials, I'm here all day. You can reach me out. Thank you.
Ooh. Shit. Oops. Did you interpret that? Okay. So we've been told lunch is ready to be served. So I'd like Violet to do the prayer. Violet, where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Can everybody just stand, please?
Creator, we gather before you today and we thank you for giving us this day. And I ask for blessings for the food and bless the hands that have prepared it for us. This I ask in your name, amen.
Thank you, Violet.
Thank you, Violet.
Just a couple of quick announcements here. The cast stand drummers are going to be doing a blanket collection over lunch, and the proceeds raised today will go to people that are in the hospital. Thank you, cast stand drummers. Also, the Elders Society is having their AGM on October 25th at the House of Ancestors from 9 till 4. The agenda will include elections, of course, bingo, and a lunch. Because of the potential mail strike or there are nomination documents at the elders booth, and there's 5 seats available. Each are 4-year terms. So lunchtime we'll reconvene at, what time is it? 1:30.
Tashina has something.
Oh, also, Tashina has a bunch of prizes for people.
Bowen? And, sorry, we're looking for a grandma for a Bowen. We have a little Bowen who looks like he's like 5 years old, and he's, oh, there she is. Great.
So for...
I can do the announcement
Okay.
for that. Hello, everyone. So I have the door prizes that we're gonna do over lunchtime. We'll do the rest of the door prizes at the end of the day. We just thought we would hand some out at lunch. You have to be here if your name is called in order to get the door prize. I have my fellow counselor behind me, Doug. He's going to be pulling the tickets, and I have Candace here with the tickets. So we have 8 adult prizes and
The Chilocco River, it's about 4,000 square kilometers. It runs from south to north. 80% of it is disturbed. So that means either in forestry, wildfire, in this century, 80% of the original forest is, it's changed.
Right now we're restoring the bank so that the river doesn't erode it anymore. And it's also creating fish habitat. Usually we do it along the bank where it's eroding the most. The river that's hitting it hardest the most against the bank, it won't go into the river anymore. It'll start building it up and keeping it nice and strong.
These banks are highly eroded. You'll see like this corner carries on, it's going to be quite a large project. The banks obviously erode in the spring, and Chilocco River is famous for having some crazy erosion issues come springtime. And at the same time, what that's doing when you have erosion issues, you're losing salmon habitat from the silt being pulled out of the bank and covering up, say, spawning grounds. And what we are trying to do and what we are accomplishing basically is we're reestablishing the bank with bioengineering. So we're putting these stakes in the ground. We're having the machine come in and tailor off your erosion, so where the steep bank is, bringing it to a grade, putting stakes in the ground anywhere from 6 to 8 feet in a pattern. And then the crew has been working on tying willow bundles, and these willow bundles are premium green willow, roughly 8 to 10 feet long.
We have to cut the material by hand, and then the girls bundle it, or whoever he assigns to bundle it that day.
And then we're tying them willow bales in on the bottom and across the toe as like a seeding program. And what we're getting out of as a result of that is heavy sprouting in the springtime. And that really disrupts the flow of the water so that it can erode because you're slowing everything down. And it's kind of doing 2 to 3 things at the same time. One, we're stopping the erosion, and 2, we're creating habitat for fry.
The salmon are going to come upstream, and when they do, they have the long woody debris to hide under on those really hot days. And before they even come upriver, they go through all these obstacles. One of them is heat. Heat is a major one, especially for fish. If they go in a temperature 3 degrees from what it went, they can go into shock. So we want our fish to try and make it upriver as far as they can to their spawning grounds.
Well, every site we have back channels, and those back channels are filled with beavers. So the back channels, the beavers stay in there, which also, if water overflows, it'll go into the beavers area. You'll see some areas where there was a beaver dam and then there's a deep pool. Some of the fish will stay in that area or spawn in those areas where the big pools are. So that's what we're doing with the long woody debris and all that. We're making deep pools, and fish like deep pools. So we're kind of mimicking that, yes. The beaver is a real powerful animal, and he can bring the ecosystem back to its normal state. And I've seen that with my own eyes.
It feels great because if this works and the salmon numbers come back, then it leaves salmon for my kids and their kids and so on, right? So it's realistically, we're doing this for the future. So it makes me feel really humble doing that, being part of that. So it feels good.
Well, I think with working with First Nations, it's critically important that that relationships are built, that we hear those ideas. I was asking who came up with this and where did that inspiration come from, and knowing that First Nations, they know the land better than anyone, and they have the desire to steward that land, and as government, how we're able to support the work that they're doing is critically important, and those partnerships are critically important as we move forward.
First of all, I'm so honored to be able to see this project today. I think it's such a wonderful testament to the love of the land and restoring this river in partnership with the community, people who care about the land, the farmers who farm this land, and just learning about the methods that they're using to restore this river. I think there's so much we can learn from, since time immemorial, First Nations have been stewarding their own land. And science shows that when they help steward and conserve their land, the outcomes, the biodiversity outcomes are so much higher. So this is work that we need to do together in partnership going forward, and we all benefit. We all benefit. So this is just one example of hundreds across the province, and I'm so thrilled to be a part of it.
Everybody. The next item on our agenda is presentation by Tano Tane, and it's Evan and Devon, or Devon and Evan. He said it doesn't matter which way.
Alrighty, hello again everybody. Stuck with me for another few minutes here. So this one we're going to be going through Tano Tane, which is an entity that's owned by the nation. So this one will be a little quicker, just kind of have a high level look at the financials, income coming in, money going out, and assets owned by a few entities within the group. So the first slide here is it's a little bit confusing, but so these are all the entities that are owned underneath Claytley. So today we're going to be looking at the three in green highlights there, which is Tano Tane Limited Partnership, Tano Tane General Partner Corp, and Tano Fuel. And then underneath those, there's more investments that occur, which we're not looking at those today. But all right, so to start, we'll chat about Tano Tane Limited Partnership. So this company holds investments in forest licenses. So those forest licenses are managed by the Tano Group. So they also have investments in the energy sector, environmental stewardship, and they also have the House of Ancestors. All of that activity is under the Tano Tane Limited Partnership umbrella. So Tano Tane Limited Partnership, similar to the band, we do an audit on that group as well. And similar to the band, we've also issued an unqualified audit report there, which again means that nothing came to our attention that leads us to believe anything's misstated in any fashion. So another great audit report for this group. So just a few highlights from 2025. So total revenue of 13.1 million. So again, most of that at the Tano level is from forestry operations with agreements with Canfor, Carrier Lumber. There's also revenue coming in from House of Ancestors, LTN Contracting. So LTN Contracting is a subsidiary of Tano Tane Limited Partnership. So whatever money LTN Contracting makes eventually makes its way up to Tano Tane. So all of that is reflected in that 13.1 million. Total expenses of 3.9 million, which is typically wages, different fees for consultants for different projects, supplies for House of Ancestors. And then Tano Tane typically covers the cost of the AGA. So this year, I think it was about $500,000 for AGA costs from the previous year. So total net income, if you take your revenue less expenses, we're at about 9.2 million in profit for the year. And then balance sheet side, so again, what assets, what liabilities does Tano have? So at the end of the year, 20.9 million in cash and GICs, which again, the rate on the GICs is about 4.5% currently. Long-term investments of 18.4 million. So long-term investments are those investments in LTN Contracting. There's investments in Shas Resources and a few different entities underneath Tano. So all of the earnings of all those companies get consolidated up to Tano because Tano owns certain percentages of each of those entities. Land and buildings of 6.8 million. So overall, total assets, you're about $44 million in net assets. And then on the liability side, basically just $2 million in day-to-day payables. So an accumulated surplus amount of roughly $42 million. So again, here just a quick graph on income versus expenses over the last few years. So purple line is your revenue, sorry. Blue line on the bottom is your expenses. So again, you can see there's a gap between those two. So for the past 5 years, there's been more money coming in than going out the door, which obviously leads to prosperity for Tano, which Clayleigh owns, so ultimately the members of Clayleigh. So next we'll have a look at Tano Tenay General Partner Corp. So this one's a little bit smaller. It holds, it doesn't hold the activity of most of the entities aside from Tano Fuel. So it owns Tano Fuel and has investments in forestry and the energy sectors as well. So basically this one, all you're gonna see is the income from Tano Fuel come up to Tano General Partnership. And again here, similar, we have an audit report with an unqualified opinion. So again, nothing unusual came to our attention. So here you can see total revenue is $44,000. So on the next couple slides, we'll see where that comes from. Expenses of $9,000, so net income of $35,000. And then balance sheet side of things, long-term investments. So the $540,000 is the investment in Tano Fuel. There's a few other little ones in there, but primarily Tano Fuel. Total liabilities of $12,000, so an accumulated surplus of just over $500,000. And lastly, Tano Fuel. So this is your gas bar that sells fuel, convenience, tobacco. So this one we do a compilation report, so it's not quite the same as an audit. It's a little bit lower level of assurance, but we audit the parent company, which is Tano Tenay General Partner Corp. So we still get that same level of assurance over the numbers. So our statement of income, so total revenue for Tano Fuel is $6.7 million. Direct costs, which is your cost of fuel, costs of all the confectionery items, tobacco, $6.4 million. And then general expenses, which is typically your insurance and things that aren't directly saleable to customers, of $208,000. So net income there of $43,000. So that again flows up to the parent, which is Tano Tenay General Partner Corp. And finally, balance sheet. So we've got cash of $48,000, receivables of $30,000, which is a mix of money owed from Clayleigh and GST. Inventory of $120,000 in all your fuel, confectionery, tobacco, all those things. Buildings and equipment, so the actual building that the fuel station's operating out of is $933,000. And then liabilities of $555,000, which is the loan that was provided to Tano when it first started. So that loan is continuously being paid off over the next several years. So eventually that will deplete. So total accumulated surplus at the end of last year was $575,000. And that's it, short and sweet for that one. So next, I think Evan's got a few things to go through as well.
Thanks, Devin. Thank you, Lance, as well, for all the work on the Tano finance side. Just want to say it's an honor and privilege to be here. It's an honor and privilege to work for the nation, and I want to thank Tawfiq, the board and council for their support. So we have a few little things to go over for you. Some more numbers, God forsakes, but yes, we do have more numbers. I'm just going to click here. We have a new logo to go over, some updates on corporate restructuring. We're in negotiation for a new building, something missing there. And the management agreement's been approved by council as well. Our new logo, we're so proud of. It's actually from a young artist from the nation, and I can't tell you how proud everyone is of this wonderful new logo. Thank you. 10-year financial projection. More numbers, as they say. As you can see, we have our total inflows are going up extreme amounts. Our expenses and our outflows are sort of consistent, and we have a great future ahead of us financially, and we're so lucky to be able to be in this position. Again, these are the cash flow projections, the inflows and the outflows, and as you can see, there's nothing but good things going to be happening for Tano and as a result for the nation. Next, we're just going to go over a few project updates. We have Enbridge, EcoEner, our new land partnership, and of course our brand new FNBC investment. We have the Enbridge pipeline project. I just want to acknowledge here Alan Strout, who's worked for quite a long time on this project, and I appreciate him bringing this over the line. There's 38 participating communities. The ownership we have is 12.5% of the $715 million pipeline. The initial investment for us is $200 for 200 shares of the partnership. Our annual revenue going forward will be a minimum of $180,000 until 2029, and then after that, our projected revenue will be almost $700,000 annually. The expected cash return over the 30 years will be $20 million for Tano, and of course, that means the nation. It's the agreements for 30 years, the agreements for 30 years, and the LTN ownership is part of the pipeline. It's the first time the nation has owned any pipeline that's run through its territory. So it's pretty exciting news. The other exciting news you've heard about earlier, the EcoEner wind farm project. I know you've heard some more about it. I'll just go over that quickly because it's under the Tano umbrella as well. Lucky for us. The total equity that we're going to be putting into this for our portion is $65 million. The energy project itself is $425 million. There's going to be some project financing of $242 million and a CIB loan, which is the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, of $118 million. EcoEner will put in $33 million and lately say $32 million of that equity. This is just a breakdown of the contribution. You can see that the CIB loan is for $28.76 million. Out of that $28 million, $25 million will be for the equity. $3 million comes back to Tano for repayment of the cash we advanced, which is $6 million. So our total contributions in cash-wise will be only $3 million. The payback period for this project is amazingly about 5 years. The projected cash flow will be over $4 million. That'll be starting around 2032 and last for 30 years. So multiple generations will benefit from this project. The internal rate of return on this project is amazingly over 20%. So it's a great project for many, many reasons, but most importantly for future generations as well. We have a brand new equity land partnership that we created just in the last month. We've owned 51% of the land, and we also have 51% of the partnership itself. We're engaged in discussions right now to lease that land to create revenue for Tano and the nation. And there's other leasing opportunities that are also coming on board and happening almost as we speak. I want to thank you, and I want to look forward to being here again in the future with more good news. But thanks to everyone, and thanks to the staff for helping us out. Thank you. If there's any questions, I can accept them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Evan and Devin. The next item on the agenda is the custom election code presentation. And Sonia Pagan, are you here? Hey? It's a video. Oh, we have a video. Perfect. What's, oh, he want to take it? Oh.
Howdy, everybody. My name is Sonia Piggin. I'm a member of Clately Tenay. I practice law and have experience working with First Nations on different types of legal matters. And one of the current projects I have is working with our own community on the development of a custom election law. This is something that we've been working on for a little while now, and I am unable to make it in person to give you an update on that project. So we have three of our amazing, very good looking on the camera here today, council members who have some questions they'd like to ask me, and they just want to make sure community gets a little bit of a mini update on what's been going on at the annual general meeting. And so I understand this will be screening there. And we have Clay and we have Crystal and we have Miranda with us here today. And I am ready to be hammered with questions. So I will let you go ahead and ask the questions.
Well, how about a little bit of background on how we got to this point in our custom election code?
Okay, yeah. So the custom election code work started many years ago with a committee, and then it kind of fell off the side. And then Barry Seymour actually did some work in late 2023 on meeting with community members across the province. And then he was not going to be able to continue that work. And so Chief and Council of the Day invited me in April 2024 to start getting involved. And then between April and July, we kind of created a bunch of materials so that we could share information with community about election laws. And in July 2024, I started to conduct meetings with people in Prince George, Vancouver, and we also did some virtual meetings where I shared legal information with membership about just different topics that would be covered in a custom election law, and also just some options to make them start thinking about what they want to see. And then I did provide an update in November. I don't know, do you remember my update in November? In November of 2024, we did a members general meeting, and some people might remember that I did about an hour-and-a-half presentation. And what I did is I shared with community some of the feedback that I had received so far from the community meetings. And then we finished our community meetings and our virtual sessions that we had by mid-December. And then from mid-December to May 15th, we actually had a community-wide survey that we asked. A notice was sent to all membership. So every elector, I believe, not all membership. I should be clear that it's all electors over 18. And those survey questions lined up with the topics that we discussed in the community meetings. And then I did some drafting and created a proposed law for everyone to start thinking about.
Thank you, Sonia. So the first question that we have is, how many members completed the community survey?
Okay, so unfortunately, it's not as many as we had hoped would participate, but I still had the benefit also of what people had said during the community meetings. And so I had a pretty good idea, even just from the community meetings, about things people wanted to see that, you know, some of them weren't even directly questions that were asked in the survey. So I had the benefit of both for sure. There were 3 separate surveys. Sometimes the same people completed all 3. Sometimes somebody only completed one, or they completed a different one. And so there were 68 responses to the first survey, 54 to the second one, and 43 to the third one. And like I said, like some people might have only been interested, for example, in the council accountability processes. So they may have only completed the third survey, not the first and second, because maybe they weren't as interested in those topics or felt as strongly about those topics.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. It's a shame that there was not a little more involvement in those surveys. Are there any topics in the surveys that membership, if there was kind of a slam dunk, everybody was across the board with?
Yeah, there definitely was some areas that, like, there's no question, members know what they want, and we have high percentages of members, like upwards of 70 or 80% of the people who responded to the survey said they wanted things a certain way. And I find that areas where people responded consistently about what they wanted to see were the same areas where during community meetings, people voiced the same things. So I would say the survey results in some of these areas are strongly supported by what members said during the community meetings as well. And so I would say, like, the chief and council makeup, instead of having just the one chief and then a councillor position for every 100 members, people wanted to see that change. And so we had strong support for there to be a youth councillor position. And then we had strong support for an elder councillor position. And the survey results, the survey questions, because I developed them during the time I was developing the materials for the in-person meetings, I did not have the benefit of what people had to say in the in-person meetings to adjust those questions before they went out. And the question around off-reserve counselor position in the survey had strong support, but at the meetings, people actually talked about out-of-territory counselor position. And so you'll see, like in the proposed law that I've drafted, it actually refers to out-of-territory, not to an off-reserve position. And there's other things that you'll see with regards, for example, to the youth position, that it would be a non-voting position, but that's not something that was in the survey. So I would say that the makeup of council you can expect to be much different in the proposed law, as well as the election terms. Can you guess what maybe the election terms were that people wanted? It's like
staggered. Yeah.
Yeah, you can guess, right?
Yeah.
So everyone supported a 4-year term, and at the community meetings we held, there was a little bit of division amongst different people participating in the meetings about whether or not those should be staggered, so that half the council is elected at one time and the other half is elected on alternate 2-year bases with 4-year terms overall. And so the staggered terms was really supported in the survey. So that's where I landed with drafting the law.
If once people see this video and they have more thoughts, or maybe they didn't get to complete a survey, is there any way to get you that information, or we're kind of out of time now?
Like, we're going to be holding a whole community review meeting where we're going to be seeking feedback from people on the proposed law that's been drafted based on those election survey results and based on the community meetings that we held. So there'll be opportunity for feedback from members at those meetings, as well as a kind of public comment period for people. We do have a list of people who completed the survey overall. So I guess it would be a question at the end of the day for our next meeting with the full council on whether you want to reopen the survey to allow people who didn't complete it to an opportunity to complete it. And it's an option for us if we were to do that, to be able to maybe open the survey just with regard to questions where there was a closer division amongst members. For example, there's areas where you have like 48 and 51% opinions of members. And so if there's areas like that, it might make sense for us to consider reopening just those questions. It would essentially be a completely new survey, but it would be just those questions and the questions would be the same. And then we would add those results to the original results and see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks. Is there any, was there any that were really close that shows like the division still amongst certain questions that were asked in this survey?
So there were definitely some areas of division where I think it could be beneficial for us to kind of reopen conversation. And one of the things that I thought that was an interesting area is when it comes to, well, there's some areas where there's division and I addressed in the law, and I think members might be satisfied with how I addressed it. And then there's areas of division where I think there may be benefit from more discussion with community. So for example, an area where I feel I addressed it pretty good in the law has to do with the maximum number of terms in office that a person can serve. And so there were 53% of respondents who said there should definitely be a maximum limit. And those respondents had different opinions on what that limit should be. Some people felt it should be 1 term in office, 2 terms, 3 terms. Some just gave me a number of years that they felt should be the maximum. So I kind of looked at what was the average that people were saying the maximum should be. And 40% of them, people who responded, actually said unlimited terms in office. So given how contentious this is and how important it is, especially for our council, like if you're either going to be cut off at 8 years or not, that makes a big difference on how things operate. I addressed it in the law as saying that there would be a maximum of 8 years in office, which is 2 4-year terms. However, if a person were to receive more than 50% of the vote from electors, they could continue for longer terms in office. So those people who have a strong support from membership would be able to continue in office ultimately indefinitely, as long as they continue to have that support. And the term in office maximum is in consecutive years, not overall years. So 8 years in a row and then a break, unless you have 50% support. So that was an interesting one where I tried to kind of make a bit of a, I guess, compromise amongst what the 2 very strong views of community were. And then the minimum level of education or experience requirement for eligibility to be on council was also an area that was super close. When it came to that, 63% of respondents said yes to wanting a grade 12 education as a minimum requirement, or some sort of a work experience was something that we talked about at community meetings. So this is where you see a blend of what I heard at community meetings fit into the picture of how drafting happened, and not just relying on the survey results. And there were a lot of people at the community meetings who who felt that this could be an unfair criteria for some people. And so I have it currently drafted in the proposed law that it does not apply to youth, and it does not apply to elder counselor positions. It would apply to all other positions, but it's not just a grade 12 education. It would be a grade 12 education or 5 years of experience in Indigenous governance context. So that could be context from a lot of different ways that you can get that type of experience. There was also one area where the community was divided, and they thought that after chief and council misconduct is alleged, who makes the decision about whether misconduct occurred? And there was 49% of people who said investigator, 47% said an adjudicator. Some of those said it should be a single adjudicator, which is like hiring a private judge essentially, right? And then some of them said a panel of adjudicators. So here you have a 2% difference of respondents saying between who said investigator and who said adjudicator. So this is an interesting area where it says investigator in the law right now, and investigator is either investigator or a single adjudicator are definitely the most cost effective for the nation approaches. A panel of adjudicators, you're basically paying for 3 people who have legal experience, all to do the same job together as a group, right? So I have a feeling people might feel a bit differently about that later. And then with regard to who would decide the appropriate remedy, again, it was 28% of people who responded wanted it to be members who are voted in and sit on a panel. 23% said arm's length, and then 19% said electors, and 19% said council members. So there's like a division 4 ways essentially that's pretty close on what people want to see. So right now it's a panel of electors in the proposed law voted in at the same time as council, and the executive director would pick from it would be like a roster, from that roster who's going to sit on the panel to make sure that nobody's in a conflict of interest directly related to the person who the alleged misconduct has to do with, right?
I knew there was going to be some questions that were very close, right? So it's just interesting hearing the results, really, and seeing where we can take that and what we can do with it, right? So I thought that grade 12 piece was going to be a little contentious, just because there is experience and then there is education. So that's something that we have a lot of in our nation, is a little bit of both. So just seeing what we can do with that, it doesn't really surprise me that was one of the pieces for sure.
Yeah, and I think we tried really good I tried really to do a really good honoring of the way that people looked at the lens of what experience is, like I didn't write in the law that it has to be work experience, for example, right? Maybe you've been an elder and you've been sitting on a board, you've been sitting on the lands authority, and you've been sitting on, our finance, you've been sitting on our finance committee, or, you've been sitting on the board of directors or something for the health authority, or, like you can get that experience in so many ways. So I wanted to make sure it was really broad and captured the ability for members who haven't formally worked to be able to use that experience to benefit the nation, right?
This opportunity to draft our own laws is really wonderful, of how creative we can be, and not to be confined by Canadian laws, and just appreciate how you're trying to compromise and be creative with meeting as many needs as we can. So that's really neat.
Other areas of eligibility, there was a lot of support around. Majority of people felt very similar around things like whether or not there should be ability to run for council when you owe money to the band. And it was very strong, like as long as you're paying back the money, that's fine, right? And then there was also an area around, Clea, you had mentioned earlier before we started the interview, around the 58% plus 4 additional people who commented, as they said other, but then they commented in support of having a restriction on dual roles within chief and council. So people who work either for the band or a band-owned entity. And this is an area I'm not surprised that there was some division, but when I was in the Prince George meeting, there was a lot of support for allowing dual roles. And then in the Vancouver meetings that we held, people were feeling too concerned that might create conflicts or inappropriate alliances or things like that in chief and council. And then in the survey, you know, we had members from all different areas answering that survey, and it was a 58% plus 4 more. So I'm guessing it was more like 62 or 64% who said no dual role. And I'm wondering whether we dug into that question, if people would feel like no dual role overall is something that they want to see, because there's other communities I've worked with where they say, well, we don't want somebody to be on chief and council and also be our, you know, COO or our finance manager. But we don't mind if somebody's on chief and council if they're like the executive assistant, or if they're doing something where they're not reporting only one level below the executive director. So there are people in other communities who went that way, and there were no comments about that in the survey, but I did share it in the information when we did our community meetings. So yeah, that was interesting to me anyways.
I attended one of the Prince George sessions, and I remember some of the discussion was it's challenging because then somebody's left without possibly without a job, and then the band office or the band company is left without that person who might have a lot of experience and knowledge. So it's really challenging to balance that. So I don't think those results are too surprising from what I heard in the Prince George session.
So thanks, Sonia. During the community meetings, membership was very specific about elders playing a key role as parts of chief and council's elections and accountability systems. How have you incorporated this into the custom election law?
Yeah, so I summarized all the comments and suggestions that community members had made with regards to elders' involvement, and also with regards to going back to doing things in our more cultural ways of doing things as politely people. And I shared all that information with the Elder Society. And I understand now, after meeting with the Elder Society, that not all elders from Politely are members of that society. And so for whatever personal reasons they have, they may not want to be, they may not be able to commit time to it, that type of thing. But that's who I did go and speak to about the elders' role. And one thing the Elders Society really supported was the idea of having an elder counselor. So, and they thought that elder counselor would just be able to kind of, if there's an elder who's on council, and then they would become the liaison between council and the Elder Society as well, that there would be that direct connection and line of communication between the two when it comes to different types of decision making. And then just to clarify is that the elders, they also thought that members who are 60 plus years old is who would be an elder. So in the new law, first off, when we're looking at the elders counselor role, the elders counselor role is voted in by elders, and the person who is in the role must be an elder. So I'm not able to cast a vote on who's going to be the elder counselor because I'm not 60 years plus, right? And so it's the same with the youth counselor. The youth counselor would be the same. Only youth are voting in the youth counselor, and only out of territory are voting in the out of territory. And so there's this kind of incorporation of elders and other obviously designated seats into the process. And when I was asking the Elders Society, well, you know, how involved should the elders be in all these different things that are happening, right? They wanted to be able to put forward proposals for changes to the law moving forward to bring it in line with our culture. They wanted to have that ability to do that. And so I have that they have the ability to do that in the amendment section. And when it comes to chief and council accountability, they did not want to play a direct role. I know at the community meetings, some members said we should have our elders make these decisions about what an appropriate remedy is if there's misconduct. And the elders did not feel that they were the appropriate people to make the final decision on that, but they were very interested in being involved still in helping create guidelines for whoever the decision maker is to follow. So I have in the proposed law right now that the Elder Society will provide kind of a supportive implementation role with regards to the law in terms of making guidelines for whoever makes the decisions about misconduct remedy.
Yeah, Sonia, just a question for the elders. It's the 60 plus. For the youth, what is what would be the youth counselor position age?
18 to 30?
Kind of looking at what other categories would be a youth, and it's 16 to 24 years of age in the proposed law right now.
Okay.
So that person, if you're in a youth counselor position, would not be somebody who's voting on stuff, but they would be treated in every other way as a formal council member. So they would be getting notice of council meetings, a right to be heard at council meetings. And the way this came to be is that we had in one of our community meetings a lot of concern, I should say, about people of a young age categories, brain development levels, and how influenceable they may be, and how they could end up just being kind of puppets for their family members who didn't get in, or, you know, things like that. And so they thought that it would be more, and it's more like a training opportunity as well. People talked about it's an opportunity. They're still learning, right? They might not yet have all the ability to make decisions in the way that somebody who's a bit older might. So that's why it's non-voting. And so in terms of implementing this law, like, we're going to have to create different elector lists. Like, there's going to be an elector list that's for everybody gets to vote for the chief. And then there's 4 general council positions. Everybody gets to vote for those general councillor positions. Only youth get to vote for the youth position. Only out of territory get to vote for the out of territory position. And only a elder gets to vote for the elder position. Because there was some talk in the community meetings also about the community changing in our demographics. And people said also we need an alternate chief position and different things like that. So the proposed law has in it that you could have chief and council can decide to create an alternate chief position if they want, and they can also convert that one of the general councillor positions into an out of territory position if we end up having, you know, a really high number of people out of territory compared to in, to have more equitable representation.
What does that look like for a youth councillor? Like, is there a way to maybe have a dual piece there, like an elected in with an alternate? Or do youth have to actually just run in that 16 to 24? And if they're, say, over 18, can they run also as just a council member?
Yes, the law is silent on whether they could also run as a council member, but at the same time, there's no restriction on it. So a youth between 18 and 24 could potentially run as a youth councillor and also as one of the general councillors. And it would be same with the elder position. The elder would be allowed to run for the elder councillor position as well as for a general councillor position. And also, to be honest, like, if they were out of territory, they could also run as an out of territory position. The only restriction on running for dual role is not being able to run for chief and council at the same time, or chief and councillor at the same time.
Where would people find more information on the survey results and how everything was kind of built that way, and how you drafted everything into it?
Chief and council's already made the decision that on October 18th, which is a Saturday, we will be holding a all-day in-person session in Prince George, where I will be reviewing in much greater detail what the survey results are on a topic-by-topic basis, and I'll be going over what's currently in the Indian Act regarding that topic and what is in the proposed law regarding that topic, as well as how I made the decision on what to put into the proposed law. After the annual general meeting is held, where this video is screened, they will be having a copy of the proposed draft law posted on the Lately Today website, so that people will be able to look at that in advance of the October 18th meeting. So people will essentially have about 2 months to be able to read through it if they want to before the meeting, but we will be going over it as well at the meeting.
Okay, so going over like line by line, like
not line by line, but topic by topic. Yeah. So I'll break it down into topics, and I'll share, here's what the survey results were, here's what's in the law, here's how it would be different from how it currently is under the Indian Act.
After the community meeting, where does it go from there? What are the next steps?
So after the community meeting happens, there's kind of another step that's actually happening right now, which is the finance department within Lately Today is reviewing the law as well in terms of costs for implementation. If we were to ratify this, what is the price this costs us to do? And looking at how that would fit into the annual budgets and the 5-year financial plans. So that information actually will also be shared with community, so that community has the ability to make an informed decision once we have a final draft ready for them to vote on. So that's kind of an internal review piece. And then the other internal review pieces are community meetings. There's also some external reviewing that has to be done. So Indigenous Services Canada has to make sure the law meets certain criteria in the policy that they have set out about custom election laws. So they'll be looking at it from the perspective of, is there fairness to people in the council accountability and appeals processes, people who are alleged to have done stuff that trigger those processes? Are they being treated fairly in the processes themselves? Is there any issue here with regards to breaches of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Does it include an appeals process? Does it include an amendment process and certain criteria that they say have to be in the law, right? So they'll provide us feedback, and then there could be potentially revisions after their feedback. Then after we have the final draft ready, it would go to a ratification vote. So if we were to hold additional feedback from community and things change in the law, I guess Chief and Council could say, let's put off the ratification vote and have another community review meeting of those changes before like we put the money into a ratification vote. Or if they're feeling that the changes reflect what the additional information from community wanted to see accurately and they're not concerned about a failed vote, then maybe it goes straight to ratification vote. And then it's, the process has changed actually since I spoke last to community. So this is an important piece to keep in the video later. The process has changed where there's no longer a minimum participation requirement for that ratification vote. It's 50% of who plus one of whoever participates. As long as we have proper notice to all of our electors being given about the vote, people had the opportunity to be involved in this process. People have been informed adequately about what it is they're voting on. And if people choose not to vote, then their voices don't get heard and the vote could potentially still pass, right? And then there's a ministerial process, which is quite lengthy. And it has to do basically with a request being made to the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, asking them to take away their requirement for us to be under the Indian Act. And that process goes through, I don't know, I'm imagining like 10 different people before it gets to the minister, and it probably goes through 10 different people before the answer gets back to us, right? So internally they have their own things that they do, and of course I don't know how they make decisions about their resources and how to allocate them. So there's that piece as well that's a bit of a wild card, I would say.
Just a question on the ratification vote. Would it be done, Sonia, in the same sense as, say, nominations and elections? Is it mailed out, or is it somewhere, everybody has to be in the same room? How does that work?
So this will be up to Chief and Council to make a decision and direct me on later, and we haven't had this discussion yet. But basically you could use one of the, like One Feather, I believe, does a blend of in-person voting, mail-out voting, and online voting. So there could be an online voting component to it. Otherwise, the biggest thing is that we need to be sure that every single elector had a fair opportunity to cast a vote and was informed and given a reasonable amount of time to think about what they want to vote. So all those kind of fair notice pieces and stuff, we have to tick all those boxes, but the manner in which the vote is conducted is flexible.
After, say there's a ratification, things pass, is there an amendment process, or is this looked at every 5 years after? Like, what does it look like after the fact if it does go through?
If it were to go through, then there is an amendment process built into the law. And basically, there's certain things that council will be able to amend without going to community. And this includes this is basically limited to things that don't substantially change the way things work. So, for example, we have in the law a process set out for council accountability, but there's no forms, standardized forms or checklists or anything like that created to support that. So council can approve forms without going to community. And also, if you need to align the law with other laws of the band, then you could make those decisions just for alignment purposes. But other types of amendments have to go through a separate process. So other types of amendments can either be initiated by council. So council can say, look, we've been having a lot of problems with implementation of this. It's not working for us for all these different operational reasons, right? Let's look at this and bring it back to community and ask for an amendment. It can also be amended by a petition that is signed by no less than 20% of elder electors, saying we want to amend this to align it with our customs, practices, and traditions, or to incorporate the Dekaf language into it in different areas. So they can initiate an amendment process to align with our culture, traditions, etc. A petition could also be signed by electors, and electors will include those young youth councillor electors, right? Setting out the sections of the law that they want to have amended and why. And then we would go through a similar process to what we've done here, but obviously not as intensive, because it would just probably be sections that are being amended, not the whole thing. And then there would be a ratification vote again on whether or not to accept those amendments.
Curious question, I guess. In your experience, does it ever happen where a nation has tried the custom election law for a certain amount of time, and then for whatever reason decide they'd like to go back to the Indian Act? Does that ever happen?
I have not seen that happen. I have seen that happen with communities that want to send their membership laws back to Indigenous Services Canada to manage, but not people who have asked to be sending back their governance of their chief and council to ISC to manage.
What method worked best for communication for you to get some of these results? Like what methods were there? Because there's the in-person, there was the surveys. What did you get the best results from?
We had the surveys available in hard copy at all of the meetings, so we did get like statistical information back in that regard. The in-person meetings I thought were really valuable in terms of just people were able to be really creative about what they wanted to see. For example, there's a lot of discussion that had to do with council being candidates for council attending an orientation as part of their criteria for being able to actually continue running, and that is built into the law, which was not a question in the survey. So there's areas where things are built in that weren't questions at all in the survey, and they came directly from comments that members had made about things. And then the same thing with the education piece. You know, members had a very fulsome discussion during our community meetings about the concerns they had around having an education or experience requirement and the reasons why they had those concerns and how that could impact who runs for chief and council and who isn't able to. And that type of discussion helped me frame how to draft that criteria in the eligibility part of the law, because I was able to try and capture the concerns of what members wanted to make sure, what types of experience members wanted to make sure were valued and that people weren't being excluded. So I would say like the in-person stuff had a lot of value in some ways, but then when there's been areas where there is division, it was the statistical outcomes of the survey that helped me draft that. Because when you're at a community meeting, you can have 4 or 5 people with very strong voices who have a lot to say, right? And they may support different sides of the coin on a topic. Whereas when you have a survey, everyone's getting an equal voice. The weight I give to what they have to say is equal, rather than just hearing the strength of one very strong voice of somebody who feels, you know, in one way or the other.
You'd stated with the surveys 1, 2, and 3, I think it was 68 members completed the first one and 54 the second, and then 43 for the third. So were they all the same people, or was it 68 people completed the first one, or is there a way for you to have been?
We have the names of all the people who completed the surveys, and we would be able to identify that. I know for sure that there are some people who completed the later surveys and not the earlier ones. I would say about at least half of those people completed all 3, just based on like what I think of when I look at the names. So yeah, I think that moving forward, one good way to resolve those areas where there was that division is maybe to open up certain survey questions again, but not the whole survey. You know, like you had your chance to say the first time members, you had 4 months to do the survey. You had the opportunity 3 times to potentially attend these meetings. We held virtual meetings. We accommodated as best we can to get voices heard, right? And so, but at the same time, these areas where there's division are the areas where there's probably going to be division amongst the people who have not given input yet, right? If you were to say have all the surveys open again, I'm guessing the areas that are well supported would still be well supported. A couple other things that were really supported by members was having a mandatory all candidates forum. That's something that members really wanted to see, and so 84% of people said yes, it should be mandatory. The people who said it should not be mandatory, some of them still supported the all candidates forum, but they voiced concerns about why it should or should not be mandatory. Having chief and council reporting quarterly to community was really strongly supported. 95% of respondents wanted more reporting in terms of accountability, but nobody wanted that to be something that's really onerous on chief and council to do. So having some kind of a standard form report that people just have to ticky box. I attended 6 meetings with this, you know, with government, and, you know, the topics were ABCD, or, you know, something really simple for chief and council to be able to report in a way that's not taking up all your time, right? And so that was something that people really wanted to see. A lot of high support for consistency around what people thought should make up misconduct for chief and council. Like everyone felt the same way about what we should define as misconduct in that regard. In terms of what ended up going into the law for available remedies, I just put things in that had more than 50% support from respondents. That was the approach I took. And then nominations, people also wanted to restrict nominations so that there's not one person standing up nominating like 30 people at a nomination meeting, right? So the restriction being to no more than 2 nominations allowed for each person to put forward. And then the idea around the electors list, that's another area actually, Clay, with regard to the question you said about what's the best value I got in terms of engagement from members, right? Is the electors list is something that we talked about, but it wasn't a question in the survey. So who can use the electors list? And so there is ability now in the proposed law, if it were to be approved, for each person who's running as a candidate to have a copy of the electors list for the electors that they are running in that position for, right? And so if you were to have that, there would be limits though on what you can use it for. And if you did not comply with those limits, it's a bit of a hefty consequence, which is losing your seat in council if you have it by the time that the issue goes through the appeals panel, and also up to a $10,000 fine for having incorrectly used members' materials, personal information, basically. And so that is consistent with some other jurisdictions, how they deal with that.
And with the fines, where do the fines go to? If there is a fine, like to the band, but to be used for what? Does that just go into general revenue, or does it have to be used specifically for something in governance or, next election? Like,
that would be something that would be a policy decision on the band side to make where it goes, but it would be made payable to Clayton Tenay. And then as a policy decision, when you're doing your budgeting and managing the monies as council, you would decide where that money goes. Like, campaigning could be a lot more structured, I think, moving forward if the proposed law is adopted. And also, there's this thing that this issue that got raised in community during our community meetings about use of band resources and people feeling that it's kind of unequal access to band resources to prepare your pamphlets, and who's paying for that, and how many copies are you allowed to send out, and all these different issues that people talked about at the meetings. So in the proposed law, I have that council has to create regulations around that apply to everybody. I didn't think it was appropriate to put all those tiny little details into the law. So there's a couple areas. It's that code of conduct, conflict of interest, areas where council still has the authority to create their own regulations around those things, but they're now enforceable through the court system and through our own council accountability system, whether there's compliance with the regulations that you make as council. I guess enforcement piece is going to be a lot clearer than it has been in the past. In terms of what's in the proposed law, does anybody have anything that they were hoping to see that maybe I haven't spoken about or hope to see addressed or anything like that?
Curious about, I can't remember if this came up in the survey or the community sessions, but anything around a criminal record?
Yeah. Let me just go to the eligibility piece on the law, because I know in section 9 of the proposed law, eligibility to be a candidate and also to remain being a member of council. So, if you no longer meet this eligibility criteria sometime throughout your term, then that's when the accountability proceedings for lack of eligibility could be brought forward. So in the 15 years before election day and during their term in office, they must not be convicted under the criminal code of an indictable offense or sexual offense, or of an offense involving theft or fraud that Clayton Tenay or a member was a victim of, unless the person has received a record suspension under the Criminal Records Act or the offense is a part of their youth record. So that's with regards to criminal types of offenses. There's also, if they were convicted of an election offense under our custom election law in the last 15 years, they would be ineligible for that 15-year period. Also, if they have a civil court judgment against them respecting a matter that involves theft or fraud that either Clayton Tenay or a member was the victim of, unless they have already complied with all the orders that the court has made for them to remedy what happened. So it's no, but unless you've done this. If somebody, for example, had been convicted of theft or fraud and they did that was a part of when they were a young person, that wouldn't count. Or if they've asked to have that removed from their criminal record and successfully had it removed, it wouldn't count. Same with the other offenses. It wouldn't count if it was successfully removed by the Canadian government off your record.
Thank you.
And it doesn't account for things that are 15 years or older, right? And the reason I drafted it that way, we had a lot of discussion in our community about how people can change and people can make things right. And there's a lot of healing that has to go on amongst our communities. And, people, even like people who have addictions are going to behave differently if they're not actively addicted, right? And so giving that opportunity for a time lapse of 15 years, where if you did this over 15 years ago, you know, and it hasn't happened again in the last 15 years, you've probably done something in your life that's changed, you know. But I had to pick some timeline, and I believe the timeline specifically is I asked a question during the survey, I believe so, about how long, and some people were like 100 years. Some people, you know, had this for their lifetime, things like that. And I think that that's fine. And I think that, you know, there's reasons some people feel that way, right? But what I ended up doing for anywhere where there was a range of answers in terms of years for anything, like same with how many years should chief and council be allowed to be consecutively in office in a row, I added them all up, divided by the number of respondents there were who gave the number of years, and I picked the average and used that.
I think that's good. I'm good on questions. How about yourselves?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Sonia.
Good.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sonia.
All right. That was our custom election codes update. So we have a health break coming up, but right before we go to health break, I want to let everyone know the bus and shuttle schedule for tomorrow. So at 7 a.m., we have buses available at the hotels to take all the members from the hotels out to the north side community on the reservation. 46-seater, 2 buses. And then we also have one 15-seater and one 7-seater that are going to be available at the reserve to carry members back to the hotels if they need rides in the middle of the day for any emergency purposes. And finally, we have the 15-seater and the 7-seater available to do their trips back to the hotels at 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and 4 p.m. So there'll be a lot of opportunities to make sure that we get everybody out there and that you have the freedom to come back in if you have an emergency, and also to get everybody back at the end of the day. Also, we wanted to ask if there are any in-town members who need a ride tomorrow. So if you live in town and you do need a ride out to the north side tomorrow, come and talk to me, and we'll figure it out. Okay. Health break, and we'll see you guys in 15 minutes at 2:47. Thanks, everybody.
for today.
And we're on the home stretch after this, guys. Some door prizes and some dinner is what's left after we do the law presentation.
Huh? I'll go and round people up.
Okay. Perfect. And we're ready to go with our next presentation by David Kahn from Whitelaw Twining. This will be regarding specific claim and other legal matters, and we'll follow that with a question and answer period. So, David, the floor is yours.
Well, all right, here we go. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks very much for hosting this amazing, inspiring gathering. We're really honored to be a part of your AGM this year, and really excited to be here and to learn more. And today I'm here to speak about some of the legal matters that we're working on your behalf in the legal sphere. So I'll be talking mostly about the Fort George Indian Reserve 1 specific claim, and then add another update in. Just about us, I work for a firm called Whitelaw Twining, and we provide legal services across a broad range of sectors and fields and to a broad range of clients. And I work in the Indigenous Practice Group in Vancouver with my colleague Mike Ninehouse, who is here, and Malcolm McPherson, who's usually here, but he was unable to attend today. So I mostly want to focus today on the Fort George IR1 specific claim. And this is a photo of the Fort George IR1 village in the early 20th century before it was illegally surrendered and redeveloped into the city of Prince George. So it's a pretty haunting picture, and it really focuses us on the history of what happened here and the efforts we're making today on your behalf to right that wrong and get redress and compensation for the nation, for all of you. So I thought a brief timeline of events here. So in 1892, 1893, the Fort George Indian Reserve 1, as I understand it, was created. But of course, you were here long before that, many hundreds and thousands of years before that. But the colonial government reserve was created then in the area where there already was Clay Canadian Village. And then in 1911, the that Indian Reserve 1, the Fort George Indian Band as it was then known, was illegally surrendered to Canada and sold to the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway. So they were building a railway through this region, and they decided they wanted to build a town site in the exact area where Fort George IR1 was situated. And so they had did a deal with Canada to have Canada surrender or have the band surrender that Indian Reserve land to Canada, and then it was sold to the Grand Trunk Pacific. And then it was redeveloped into town site lots and eventually the town and city of Prince George. Once that deal was done, the writing was really on the wall, and Indian Reserves 2 and 3 were created, where they are now, and the band and its members were forced to move up to those newly created reserves, and the village site was actually burned to make sure that everyone had to leave and no one could come back. In 2022, the claim was submitted to the specific claims process to the federal government, to Canada, for negotiation, based on a number of different allegations surrounding the illegal surrender of the reserve. So not getting the proper permissions and authority to sell it, and then to sell it for an improvident bargain, to sell it for much less money than it was valued at, and to not get the best top value and the best dollar for the lands when they were surrendered. So these were duties Canada owed to the band and to the nation.
Folks, we need to ask everyone at the back to please sit down and be quiet. And if you want to visit, please step out to the lobby, because there's a lot of people at the back who can't hear and who want to hear what this presentation is about. So please, if you're in this room, respect the presentation so we can all hear this information. It's really important. And if you really need to visit right now, please step out to the lobby. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry. Thank you very much. I know it's been a long day for everyone. We're getting to the good news here, and it's only good news from here on out, because that's the sordid history of Fort George IR1, the terrible history of the reserve and how the band and the nation was treated. But in 2022, the claim was submitted to the federal government for negotiation through the specific claims process. That's a process that allows us to work towards negotiation and settlement of these claims rather than litigation, and we don't have to fight about timelines and limitation periods and other defenses that Canada almost always uses if these claims are litigated in court. And then Canada had 3 years to decide whether to accept the claim for negotiation, and just recently they've accepted the claim for negotiation. So we've now entered the negotiation process, and during this time we'll be quantifying and negotiating a settlement for this claim for Canada to pay. We have 3 years to negotiate this, after which time we could file with the specific claims tribunal, which is more like a court. But we're hoping to speed this process up as much as possible. Our negotiator advises us that she's never done one in less than a year, or that's her record, and we'd really hope to finalize this and try to break her record so that we can have even better news to report to you, maybe even by the next AGM. So we're really excited to move this forward, and to keep in mind that that's really what we're fighting for, is the history of the Fort George IR1, what happened to it, the money that you did not receive when you were forced essentially to surrender it to the Crown for development by the railroad, and we're really excited to redress those wrongs and get some more revenue for your nation that you can invest in these amazing projects that we've been hearing about all day, that your colleagues, your fellow members and administration have been working hard on. So that is my quick summary on that claim. And then the other great news we have This is the specific claims process. Maybe just a quick word on that. Graphic's probably hard to see, but you can look this up on the internet, just Googling it. There's a legislated process by which we have to follow for these claims. So we have just beat the first hurdle, the 3-year time period by which Canada has to decide whether to negotiate the claim, accept the claim for negotiation. We've achieved that milestone, so now we're in the next three-year timeline to negotiate the claim. And I should also mention that there is a claim in the federal court that's filed, that's in abeyance, that means it's paused pending this process. So if worse comes to worse and this doesn't work out, we can reactivate the claim in federal court and litigate it in the more traditional sense. The other great news we have, and I should have put this in the presentation, but I have it on my phone here, July 28th, 2025, conditional ministerial order creating the Nelahuatan Urban Prince George Reserve here. So these are the properties in downtown Prince George that the nation owns that will now be the newly created reserve of, and Nelahuatana, I believe it's pronounced. So really excited about that, and we're hoping to close that transaction in perhaps as quickly as a month. All the work has already been done, all the agreements have been amended, everything is all ready to go. So that's another really exciting piece of news that we're here to, really excited to present to you today. And that's all I have today. So this is our colleague Malcolm that's normally here. He just had a conflict. He couldn't attend today. That's me, my colleague Mike sitting right over here. And we're really proud and pleased to be counsel to the nation. And if you have any questions, please shoot them my way now. Oh, and I'm sorry, I wrote some remarks and then I didn't even use them. I just want to thank Chief Logan, Councillor Crystal Gibbs, who's the chair of the Lands Authority, Janice Shannon, who's on the Lands team. We've worked together for a year on this project of creating this new urban reserve. Agnes Martin, who's the lands manager. I want to thank all of you for and then of course Tofik and team for all the hard work that you've done on this project, and you should all be very proud of your accomplishments, and we can all celebrate. Thank you.
So a big tabe masi to Whitelaw Twining on those claims and that progress. That's really exciting. We have some extra time and we're somehow landing ahead of schedule, I think, right, Uncle? So if anyone has questions, we have time for a question and answer period for anything to do with the finances from earlier, from this most recent law presentation, and we do have some mics traveling around the room. So if you have a I see one over there. I cannot see who it is though. There's one, there's another one. It's kind of hard to see. There's one at the back, and the mics are coming to you. And if you can introduce yourself before your question, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carl Frederick, and I'm elder of Delately Tene, and I just wanted to ask the person for the last presentation if there's lands included in the negotiations, or is it just a cash settlement?
Thank you. David, we might call you back up here to answer some of these questions, or someone from the team. It it was if there was land included?
Loretta and Luella.
So he was just asking, I believe the question was if there was land included in those settlements, or if it was just the...
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, that's a great question. Someone wanted to know if there is land included in those settlements or if it's just cash. It's generally just cash in the specific claims process. So it's just a compensation to redress for the wrongs that have occurred as a result of the claim, and in this case, it's an illegal surrender of reserve land. So it comes down to quantifying that loss, and there's a number of ways you can do that. We have 5 different economic models that we're working on, but for example, the Grand Trunk Pacific Railroad kept a certain percentage, 25 to 50% sometimes of the lots, to sell for themselves for their own profit. There was a much better deal with a nation in Saskatchewan with the Grand Trunk Pacific Railroad in similar circumstances, got a much better deal. The province itself reserved some of the land to itself for its own profit. So there's different ways of quantifying this, so that this will be the intense focus of the next weeks and months to come, is to quantify that loss and then multiply it up into today's dollars, obviously, so it becomes much, much larger as a result of interest.
Is there any limitations to settlement?
One of the advantages, as I alluded to or said about the specific claims process, is you don't have to fight about limitations, about time, claims being time barred for being filed too late. In this case, 120 years or 110 years later. But one of the downsides is there are limitations depending on the approvals needed. So a claim requires cabinet approval above $150 million. So, but there's technically no limit to the amount Canada could settle for. It just depends on approvals and willingness.
And even if we move forward with this claim, is there an opportunity in the future to still reclaim land back? Yeah?
Yeah, so this is just for that very specific Fort George IR1 reserve that was illegally surrendered. There's a much larger claim to your Aboriginal title to your traditional territory in the much broader region, and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a very, very specific, limited claim around the surrender and sale of the Fort George IR1 reserve and the financial implications that flow from that illegal surrender, grossed up to today's dollars, but it's just for that particular piece of land. We're not talking the title or rights and title claim.
Thank you. And we have a question from Luella.
That is great news about the specific claims. That's been in the talks a long time. So that's nice that that's going to come to fruition, if that's the word. I just wanted to speak again to the board of directors. I don't think my question was very clear, but I would like to know the board of directors framework, or however you say it. I also would like to know about the committees. I want to know how the appointments happen. How do members get a chance to apply for any of these board of directors and/or committees? I still feel it's a conflict for chief and/or councillors to be sitting on these boards. So I was hoping when we get a printout or how it's going to be brought back to the membership, the roles of each person on these board of directors and committees. What kind of decisions are they making, and who are they making the decisions for? So I would just like to clarify that that's what I was looking for in regards to that. I also want to mention about ban-owned vehicles. I know our organization has grown. I know we have a lot of vehicles out there, which is great, but I would like to know where are the banned vehicles and what staff members have access to them, and why do some staff members have access 24/7 to a ban-owned vehicle?
Tofik, do you want to take a stab at answering these questions?
Thank you so much, Luella. The first part, I think like that is not an answer from me. But for the second part of the question is like that how a band employee have access to the vehicle 24/7. So some of our staff who is taking care, like do their job after office hours or start their work early in the morning, not on spot or on office, but outside of the office premises, they are especially allowed to keep their vehicle at home. But these are very rare case, and we especially allow 2 employees as of now. But we have full administrative control on these vehicles. All vehicles are under GPS radar control, and we monitoring.
Thank you, Tofik. I see somebody with their hand up right here.
Hi, I'm Joyce Jail. I was just wondering if there's still going to be a bridge built connecting the south and north side. I see that they blocked it off where the pipeline exploded. So are we not going to get a bridge anymore? And the roads are pretty rough out there. Are they going to pave the roads, or is that even a possibility? So the roads.
I think Tofik is about to speak to that question.
I forgot my last question.
I can remember, Joyce. So the first answer of the question is BS. Yes, we actively looking for that. We have been advocating with provincial government and federal government to get the funding for the bridge. So meanwhile, like the phase 1 of the analysis, the location and everything is completed, we have assurance for a $5 million from somebody, but that is something like that we have to integrate that money with federal and government funding. So we are there now. We are advocating, but we are on it. The bridge is on of our priority list. Thank you. Yes, paving of the Landers Road. So in last G2G meeting with City of Prince George and Regional District, we talked about the paving of the Landers Road. So it is in process. All they need, like when their mobility group, like their group from province, they do the roads and highway. When there is a mobilization, they'll take care of that. But we certainly don't know when it's going to happen. But we are pushing it. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Malaysia Baker. For the custom election law project, it's scheduled for Saturday, October 18th. What does it look like for people who live out of town to participate? Not my question.
Thank you for this nice question. The whole plan was made, Sonia, but I think for the custom election, this is like arranged for the city of Prince George and area, but if any of band member will travel from outside of Prince George, I need to contact with Sonia, what is the plan there, and I can reach you out to, with more information. Just probably like early of next week, we're gonna provide the information.
Yeah, the concern was it's in winter, so if travel's not an option, maybe an online portal for them to participate. Yeah.
Yes, we can definitely can manage that online participation. Sure.
Loretta?
Good afternoon. My name's Victor Joseph. I'm a Lachtamishu clan, and I'm concerned, about my grandkids. I have 28 grandchildren from Slately. And one of my concern is, the negotiation for IR number 1. There needs to be a compensation set aside for the future of our Slately children, the future generations, even the ones that are not yet born. The compensation, when it comes through, it should, there should be money set aside for their children and their children. That's all I need to say. Snachalya.
Thank you, Victor.
Good afternoon. My name is Loretta. My late father was Willie John. My question is, I'm not sure if it's with the health department, but what about the children in care? How are we going to support the children that have been affected by the government system, from like the residential schools, the 60 Scoop, and now the MCFD? Like I go back to court for my grandchild, and it's still the same rule. And if we're talking about moving forward, why is it that parents lose their children and the grandchildren are still stuck in this system? It affects me because I was one of those children. And I started my healing journey 16 years ago so that my grandchildren can see a sober grandparent. But it affects our children who I would like to see become successful. But if families are still struggling with alcoholism and now drugs are taking away our people and leaving children without their parents, like, when are we going to address this issue of alcoholism and drugs? It affects so many people, and when the parents or the grandparents have to go to court and talk over the ministry workers and the lawyers who say they're for the children and the families, but still agree with the government system. We're talking about this reservation number 1 back in 19. This is when it started, and it still has a tripling effect on our children. I don't want it to be pushed aside anymore. Like, we have all these other programs happening, and I just feel like the social development of our family core is still underneath. I just finally over 2 years, I just finally won full custody of my grandchild. And her first words were saying, "Oh, good, Gemma, I don't have to go to foster care." She's 7. And if it's still affecting our children at this time, I just would really like to see the chief and council to come forward and have support, not say, "Okay, well, you contact me and we'll get back to you." When I needed to go to court, my Auntie Sally was with me. But if I'm here with a nation, I would like to see the people who are working in these programs to support the families 100%, and not just by their words. You have to follow through with the footwork, or else our families are still getting lost in the cracks, and the children are still suffering. I'm sitting here with my daughter, my niece, and my grandchildren. And I know quite a few families that struggle because their families have fallen. So I would like to see a questionnaire on the social development part for all of our relatives, and not just what the band's doing in the political field. If we want to be a stronger nation, we have to lift the families up. You know, I'm not educated, but I do have life skills. And I understand where people are walking. So, thank you, Chanel. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Loretta. It's so heartbreaking. So this is a deal about the MCFD, and okay, I'll deal it. Okay, no worries. So our family development department actually deal with the MCFD. So we have a very good relationship with the province of British Columbia, with the ministry, but there is a scope of development from their side and our side as well. We are working hard to enhance our service level to all our membership services department, including family development, health department, education department, social assistance department. It's gonna be better, much better. So I know that it is in my knowledge there are some complaint about the nepotism or something. So from our HR perspective, we are looking into it deeply, and we'll take some strong measure there. So there will be no things like that in future, but we are improving. We can do better, we'll be doing better in near future. But obviously, our family development manager, support manager will be in touch with Loretta to provide more information. How can we resolve this matter as well? Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you very much. My name is Elvis Preston. I'm just bugging. No, I'm going to be serious now. I just wondering what the band's doing for the homeless that are from lately today. Because I live on the streets, I sleep outside. It's no problem for me, you know. I got a blanket. You know, I need help. Where's the help? You know, give me a place, get me off the streets. That's the only reason I came here, is to let you acknowledge you guys, not just me, There's 5 of us out there. You guys ain't doing nothing, man. It's not good. We're your people too. We're supposed to be united, and I'm united with my band, of course. But you gotta be united with me, man. Otherwise, it's gonna be a shutdown. You know, I'm just kidding. Something's gonna happen, you know. We need some help on the streets. Right, Barry? Right? Okay, that's all I have to say, you know, because I'm a homeless guy and I need blankets so I can survive. I need money so I can survive. That's all I need. I ain't asking for much, but, you know, I need this shit to live. Thank you, everybody. Have a good meeting. Hoka!
I can answer him. I don't think you want me to. You guys have done lots for him.
Thank you so much, lady. So we have multiple program. That program financially help membership for all of their needs. So especially the program, the family support program, the SA program, every department, every program has adequacy to help the membership. And on top of that, the band, the council members approved a band members emergency policy that supports band member when is an emergency situation. Once in a year, membership, when they need any help that doesn't fall under any of our service program, we definitely assist with that program. And there is no way like the band administration or like we don't support according that doesn't we don't support. So it definitely is in a program, and any type of support, please reach out to us. We can make some management. So, and one thing is for sure that we have all different resources. So if someone like utilizes all the resources, then we have to go through a longer process, that some special authorization from chief and council. To best I remember, to best of my knowledge, similar situation when I approached chief and council, they never denied me. They always tell me, Tofik, yes, help the band member. So we are always there to help you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello?
I had a question. Do we still have time?
Last question.
Hi, my name is Carly Smart, and my question is in regards to what the lawyer said about the land claims. I'm curious if the recent Cowichan tribe ruling would have any influence over the IR1 claim. Some of the precedents that is being set is that ruling over fee simple property, and given that IR1 would include that, I'm curious, should this specific claim be paused and reassessed? And the second part of the question is, if it is settled, can the IR1 land that is settled through the current ruling or whatever you guys are pursuing, can that specific land still be negotiated in the future under land claims? Thank you.
Those are great questions. I'm really happy to provide you my insight and my response to that, which is we're studying that 900-page decision carefully. I think there's 32 or 3,500 paragraphs. It's very dense. Canada's longest trial, 5.5 years. We're studying it carefully, but you're quite correct. It could have an effect on this claim, and so that's why we're going to be very careful in evaluating the claim and the value of the loss in relation to keeping in mind those types of issues, including the evolving nature of the law and of Aboriginal title. So yeah, exactly. It's going to have some, it definitely has a bearing on the claim. The extent to which it has a bearing on the claim is for us to determine the next few weeks and a few months, but we're very alert to that decision, as everyone is in the bar.
Could you please describe to the room what fee simple means and how that could affect that area to everybody here in like an elevator pitch?
Yeah, so fee simple is really the title that the Crown has created and issued to third-party interests, third-party landowners from lands that were originally First Nations land and is what's legally called Aboriginal title. So it's been an evolving area of the law as to what the implications are to fee simple land of a broader claim to Aboriginal title over a vast area or even to any particular areas. In that Cowichan decision, the court found, notably in that Cowichan decision, the Cowichan tribes and related First Nations and bands were not applying for or did not take issue with third-party interest fee simple title in that area. Other than that was City of Richmond land. So they didn't challenge the fee simple title of ordinary landowners, for example, in that area. But the court did find that there might be an issue, there might be underlying, or there is underlying Aboriginal title to that entire area, including the fee simple titles, and that in fact the land title system doesn't even account for Aboriginal title. Aboriginal title exists outside of the land title system. So just because you say you have or just because you have fee simple title in the land title system doesn't mean it's free and clear of anyone else's title. So it gets a little complicated. There's another case in New Brunswick where First Nations claimed about 60% of New Brunswick. They didn't claim fee simple title, but they accept to the extent of the fee simple title owned by 7 or 9 large industrial defendants. And the court recently ruled that they cannot go after private fee simple title, that it's the issue is between the Crown and the First Nations, and to the extent that there is compensation owing, that it really should be an issue as between the Crown and the First Nations, but it didn't. But that court also didn't find that it's inapplicable to fee simple. It just the court found it was unfair to drag these 7 or 9 companies along in rights and title litigation that could last decades as defendants. So release them as defendants. But this is an evolving area of the law, and we're keenly aware of it, digesting that decision as everyone is. It will be up for appeal. And this is where timelines do come into effect, but timelines and strategic decisions. But we're looking at it carefully, and it was a groundbreaking decision, as you well know, and as many of you know as well, and happy to talk about it further with you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the question. We don't have any more time for questions on the mics, but if you have any more questions, you can write them down and come and talk to Chief and Council. We want to do the draw for the Elders Quilt, so we can call somebody up to do that. And we have some door prizes and some dinner, so we'll be getting to that in a minute.